Well, 2 years on from the Abraham Accords, it's a good moment to take stock and try to understand what their impact has been on the geopolitics of the region. I think the signs are that it is going to have a lasting impact. We've seen a number of areas in which Israel and signatory partners, most notably the UAE and Dubai in particular, have taken forward the shared agenda in the commercial area and in the field of technological cooperation. We've also seen, however, that there has been a warming of political relationships between key regional player Saudi Arabia and Israel. And whilst that is still some way from being enshrined in a formal treaty, it is indicative, I think, of a closer strategic alignment, most notably over Iran and the threat which Iran poses potentially through nuclear weapons. The other thing that's happening is that Israel is moving towards normalization of its position in the Middle East, both through the work that it's doing with signatories to the Abraham Accord and through its wider network of connections in the Middle East, which is enabling it to take forward non-threatening agendas aligned with shared security concerns, shared strategic concerns, at a much lower level, receiving a much higher profile coverage than the Abraham Accords, but nonetheless contributing significantly towards Israel being a normal part of the Middle East. Now, of course, normalization is contentious in one particular area, and that's Palestine and the Palestinian cause. Many would feel that Israel has, by signing the Abraham Accords, effectively stepped over that problem. And many, however, would feel that that's not the case and that the problem is still very much there, requiring a dedication of effort to get it into a position where it's both solved to the satisfaction of interested parties and can act as a catalyst towards regional East Mediterranean growth. The potential of the Palestinian cause to derail political agendas is well known, and it's still definitely there. So I think it does pose something of a threat to the Abraham Accords, but overwhelmingly the trajectory of the geopolitics which have flowed from those accords is towards greater alignment between Israel and its partners in the Middle East.
I think one of the interesting things we see now is that if somebody said there would be an arms transfer between Iran and Russia, or an arms deal between Iran and Russia 12 months ago, nobody would have been surprised by that. What's actually surprising is the direction of the transfer. The expectation would have been Russia providing weaponry to Iran. In fact, what we see is Iran providing weaponry to Russia. This is because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and in certain key areas, the depletion of key capabilities in the Russian inventory. Moscow has turned to Tehran to fill or backfill some of these capabilities. In terms of the capabilities, or in terms of the systems themselves, we've certainly seen two types of weaponry provided. The Shahed 136, which is a direct attack munition, sometimes popularly referred to as a kamikaze drone, and the Mohajer 6, which is an armed, uninhabited aerial vehicle. For Russia, the advantage in the acquisition of these systems is that it allows Moscow to replace certain capabilities that it no longer has enough of, perhaps in its own inventory. In particular, air-launched land attack cruise missiles, where the inventory seems to have been depleted significantly. Certainly they now hold less than 50%, and that could be even as low as 25%. The Shahed 136 is in some ways a kind of bargain basement cruise missile. It's not very sophisticated. It probably doesn't have terminal guidance, but it provides Russia with the capability to strike at targets that it would otherwise have to use far more expensive land attack cruise missiles. And there's a significant amount of evidence, if you like, that the Russians have run low on these and are now trying to protect the remaining stocks because they aren't capable of replenishing them at the rate they need. In the case of the Mahajir 6, this provides a capability that the Russians themselves have been trying to develop for some time, but have been so far unsuccessful in doing so, at least in the kind of operational numbers that they require. In terms of what the Iranians get out of this, that remains to be seen. But there are obviously areas within Iran's own military where they need to replace aging, obsolescent weapons and weapons platforms, including in the Air Force, where obviously Russian weaponry is the obvious choice.
Over the course of 2022, the underlying economic conditions facing countries in the region have shifted considerably. Higher energy prices, higher food prices, higher inflation, and ongoing supply chain issues stemming from the pandemic are still affecting countries in the region as they are globally. But ultimately, the impact that we're seeing in the region will depend whether countries are oil importers or exporters. But what we saw coming into 2022 was countries continuing to pursue a fiscally conservative path. They were looking to reduce the fiscal deficits that had extended over the last 5 years. The average deficit among Gulf countries extended to about 8% of GDP over the last 5 years. And now looking forward, because of the improvement, say, for certain countries with the higher oil price, the fiscal balance is looking to be closer to a surplus of around 5% for these countries, which does give somewhat more bandwidth. But ultimately, in 2022, it was really a continuation of stability. Countries where we saw growth were perhaps the smaller markets with lower budgets, so Qatar and Kuwait, who are pursuing major modernization drives. We also saw growth in North Africa, countries like Morocco and Egypt also pursuing major recapitalization and modernization programs. And that was balancing the more subdued budgets that we saw in Saudi Arabia, Oman, and to a lesser extent UAE, where spending was really quite stable. Going forward, it will be really interesting to see how countries in the region respond to higher oil prices. But there is that recognition that there is incredible volatility. The higher oil price that we've experienced over 2022 was caused by external factors rather than anything on the supply side, any decisions made. So that volatility isn't something that can really be controlled by these countries. So they're wanting to build in resilience to any short-term shifts in the oil price. That said, with any increase in government revenues, what countries might do is look to increase funding for domestic defence R&D, any defence industrial development that leads towards the ambitions and goals of countries like Saudi Arabia and the UAE. But ultimately, I think countries will be wary of increasing their defence budget by too much over the longer term. The average spend across the region is 5% of GDP on defence, and that is far higher than the global average of 2%. So what you might call the defence burden, the military burden, is already quite high in these countries. So they're probably now moving to see whether this perhaps short-term increase in revenues can be used for anything that was delayed over the last few years. So major procurement programs, capital programs, investment, that kind of thing. So what they will probably want to avoid is anything that causes a long-term increase in the underlying defence budget to increase that proportion of GDP.
Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by thanking His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa for his remarks last night and for his co-hosting of our opening dinner, where we had an excellent keynote address by Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the EU Commission, and a spirited conversation afterwards. This morning, we begin with our first plenary session. A reminder that these plenary sessions are on the record, but they're on the record also for those who make interventions or questions from the floor, so you have to exercise your own self-discipline in order to protect your own reputations as much as the speakers here with formal responsibilities need to do so. I'll be asking each of the speakers in the order in which they appear on the program to give us some remarks from the podium, and then they'll return to their chair, and once all of them have spoken, I'll take some questions and interventions from the floor and then come back to the panel for them to provide their responses to those questions and interventions. A technical detail, which is that we're very well equipped in this room. Absolutely everybody in the room has their own microphone, and the way the system works is that if you put your badge into the microphone in the slot on the right-hand side, your name will appear in front of you. And if you wish to take the floor or seek my attention, you press the microphone button. Your microphone will turn green. But that doesn't mean it's actually on. Only I can turn your microphone on. When I call on you, I'll turn your microphone on and then move on to the next. So that helps to ensure that I know exactly everyone who seeks the floor and can call you out by name and usually nationality too, which helps our speakers position their responses with all the diplomatic grace with which they're familiar and used to. So with those, what the Americans would call mildly filibuster remarks, in order to make certain that I will have brought the hall to full attention, let me invite to speak in our first plenary session on the changing geopolitics of energy, a issue that is of global significance as a result of the war happening in Europe, and for which we need international perspectives. And it's a real delight for me to invite to speak first Sheikh Salam Abdullah Al-Jaber Al-Sabah, recently appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kuwait. Since our very first Manama dialogue in 2004, Kuwait has been an active and committed participant in this defense dialogue, so I'm delighted that Sheikh Salam is with us today, and could I invite him to make his remarks on the podium. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. I'm going to try and come across as an energy expert, but I'm not. I just took my position as minister a few weeks ago, and I'm versed in diplomacy, so here goes. So, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Chipman, for your very generous and kind introduction. At the outset, I would like to express my gratitude to the Kingdom of Bahrain and the International Institute for Strategic Studies, of course, for hosting this important annual dialogue on the challenges confronting our region. Today's plenary, with my esteemed colleagues, the Right Honourable James Cleverly and His Excellency Walid Al-Khraiji, comes at a critical juncture. The changing geopolitics of energy, the title of today's session, summons to mind both the immediate and long-term challenges that confronts us all. The intensifying war in Ukraine, tensions and flashpoints in Asia, stalled negotiations in Vienna, deteriorating conditions in Afghanistan, a tenuous security situation in Yemen, Libya, Iraq, and across many parts of our region. That's a very worrying picture. Distinguished guests, the state of Kuwait is nestled in the very heart of a vital, resource-rich region that has seen its share of instability. In this turbulent region and beyond, the state of Kuwait has long played its role in safeguarding regional and global political and energy stability. We have borne witness to the interconnectivity of markets and the collective nature of security. Ripples in Crimea lead to tsunamis in Cambridge and Massachusetts. No region is immune to the consequences of conflict. And energy prices, unfortunately, march forward to the beat of war drums. It is precisely for this region that de-escalation and dialogue are vital. And in this regard, the recent US-China summit is a very positive and welcome development for global stability. It is then incumbent on us to foster further dialogue that serves to abate the challenges we face together. The state of Kuwait will continue to play its role in resolving crises through peaceful means. In addition to the geopolitical events, we need to also consider two fundamental factors that exacerbate the energy security outlook. First, a looming recession. The writing has been on the wall. Our experts and yours share similar assessments, which is what prompted collective action by all producing nations to prepare ourselves for this recession, and also to prepare investors and consuming nations for what the markets will bear in 2023. Decisions of this nature are not political. They are existential. And secondly, aggravated energy supply chains. There needs to be greater investment in both upstream and downstream operations by all of us. Aging and retired oil refineries will only limit our ability to place the guardrails that protect both producing and consuming nations. Distinguished guests, on the affairs of energy security, one cannot overlook its grave implication on the climate. I quote one of the leaders who has long championed this cause, and I quote, "Climate change poses an even greater existential threat to the extent that we have to put ourselves on what might be called a warlike footing." End of quote. That was a quote by His Majesty King Charles III. There should be no doubt about this. Climate change is a cross-border, intergenerational threat. Critical commitments were secured at the Paris Agreement and COP summits, including Kuwait's goal for carbon neutrality in our oil and gas sectors by 2050, with the aim of complete carbon neutrality by 2060. As recently pledged at COP27 in Cairo, we will adhere and stick to our commitments very, very seriously. Distinguished guests, here we meet at the nexus of climate change, security, and prosperity. As our brothers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have persistently warned many years back, we simply cannot focus on the climate aspect alone without considering both energy security and economic prosperity. Elements of these very delicately balanced scales. The question was starkly posed as, do we freeze in the dark of today or burn under the sun in the creeping future? When addressing this, one ought to emphasize the fragility of the energy markets and energy transition, its effects on global economy, and the implications on the less affluent nation and peoples, and the consequences, of course, of geostrategic threats. Excellencies and distinguished guests, as energy markets brace for what is to come, as conflicts intensify and the global recession looms, as families gather this winter seeking warmth and comfort, let us unite. For it is through our friendship that we flourish, and through our partnership that we prosper. Thank you very much.
Sheikh Salem, thank you very much indeed. Our next speaker is the Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom has a very long-standing relationship with this region, and I recall in 2014, both Philip Hammond and Michael Fallon were here to sign the Naval Facilities Agreement, so it's a delight to have Foreign Secretary Cleverly with us here today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for inviting me to speak to you today. When Britain first opened our embassy here in Bahrain, our diplomats could look directly over the waters of the Gulf and watch the dhows carrying the pearl divers to the northern oyster beds. And yet today, our embassy is almost half a mile from the coast, not because it has moved, but because Bahrain has moved the sea by reclaiming land that once lay beneath the waves. And all around us, the Arabian Peninsula has experienced one of the swiftest transformations in history, wrought by the power of hydrocarbons, allowing spectacular cities to rise from empty deserts and entire countries to achieve prosperity, great prosperity, within a single lifetime. Now, the lesson I draw from that is that when our friends in the Gulf, and indeed the wider region, decide to make change happen, they can reinvent themselves and indeed reinvent their economies at a quite astonishing speed. And now, another transformation is beginning. And I believe that it will be an equally momentous one and be filled with opportunities as this region remakes itself by harnessing the power of sunlight and of the wind and of nuclear energy. And so as you embark upon this journey, I want to assure you that the United Kingdom will remain a steadfast friend and partner committed to our relationships in the Middle East and North Africa for the long term, and do so by building on centuries of tradition and friendship. Because we know that our security is your security, and your security is our security. And that any crisis here would have inevitable global repercussions. And we know that prosperity, so that your prosperity is our prosperity, and that our prosperity is your prosperity. And that's symbolized by the ever greater flow of trade between us, including over £44 billion worth of trade between the UK and the GCC. And we welcome regional initiatives to reinforce stability, including the historic Abraham Accords, of which the UK is a committed supporter. And Britain is convinced that we will only be able to overcome the mutual threats and seize the opportunities in front of us by cooperating even more closely than we already do. And that's why we're negotiating a free trade agreement with the GCC, which I remind the room is the UK's fourth biggest export market after the EU, the United States of America, and China. And that's why we're providing development finance through the British International Investment, including $500 million to Egypt and $250 million to Morocco so far. And that's also why we're deepening our security partnerships with Jordan and Oman and strengthening our cooperation with regional finance centres against illicit money. And that's also why we want to be with you on our shared transition to green energy, ensuring that we all benefit from renewable technologies that are not only practical, but are increasingly affordable, and also promise near total energy security. So last year we hosted COP26 in Glasgow, and then we passed the baton to Egypt for COP27 this year, and we look forward to COP28 in the UAE next year. I also commend Saudi Arabia and the UAE for their plans to invest nearly $350 billion in green energy, and also to Bahrain for its ambition to double its deployment of renewables by 2035. And I draw inspiration from the Middle East Green Initiative, which will help countries to achieve their nationally determined contributions to reduce carbon emissions. But none of our shared ambition will succeed without security. And the hard truth is that we face an even greater array of threats. In January of this year, I was in the garden of the British ambassador's residence in Abu Dhabi, looking up at the night sky and watching explosions as Houthi rockets were intercepted and shot down overhead. And I can assure you that I gave thanks for the accuracy and the efficiency of the UAE's missile defenses on that evening. Because those trails of light darting across the sky above me were visible evidence of how Iranian-supplied weapons threaten the entire region. Today's Iranian nuclear program is more advanced than ever before, and the regime has resorted to selling Russia the armed drones that are currently killing civilians in Ukraine. As their people demonstrate against decades of oppression, Iran's rulers are spreading bloodshed and destruction across the region and as far away as Kyiv. Britain is determined to work alongside our friends to counter the Iranian threat, interdict the smuggling of conventional arms, and prevent the regime from acquiring nuclear weapons capability. Twice this year, Royal Navy frigates operating in international waters south of Iran intercepted speedboats laden with surface-to-air missiles and engines for cruise missiles. Had those engines reached their destination, they could have powered the type of cruise missiles that bombarded Abu Dhabi on the 17th of January, killing 3 civilians. And the toll would have been even higher without the defenses that I saw in action above the skies of Abu Dhabi just a few weeks later. That is why British forces are striving alongside their counterparts in the region to keep us safe and defend the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity which protect every nation. Every nation. Putin's onslaught against Ukraine amounts to a flagrant breach of the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And no country is immune from the turmoil that he has brought to the world markets or the damage that he has caused to food security. Day after day, Putin's war is inflicting yet more suffering on Syrians and Yemenis, who are already enduring the privations of humanitarian emergency, and he is having an impact on ordinary Lebanese caught up in an economic crisis. And meanwhile, the horrors that he is meting out to Ukrainian civilians compare with the destruction that he and Assad wrought upon Aleppo and other Syrian cities. Yet, despite using overwhelming and pitiless force, Putin is losing. Almost everywhere, Russian forces are in retreat, and it is only a matter of time before Ukraine prevails. And it should be dawning upon other regimes who might be tempted to behave similarly that most of the world is determined to ensure that aggression does not pay. And this region demonstrated its belief in sovereignty and territorial integrity when it voted at the UN General Assembly to condemn Putin's annexation of Ukrainian territory. Just as those principles remain constant, so I fervently believe that Britain's friendship across the Middle East and North Africa will deepen and endure as we uphold peace and security together, and as this region masters its second transformation, allowing a new world of green energy to succeed the old. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Foreign Secretary. Again, from the very beginning of the Manama dialogue, we've had excellent engagement from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It was in 2003, I think I recall, where I took the advice of His Royal Highness Prince Turki bin Faisal on how to mount such an event here in Manama. And I want to invite Walid Al-Khuwaiji, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia, to take the floor. Thank you, sir.
In the name of God, Majesties, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be with you. At the outset, I would like to express my gratitude and thanks for the efforts paid by the Kingdom of Bahrain to host this forum and to support its works. I would like to thank them for their warm welcome and hospitality. I thank the IISS, headed by its president, Dr. Chipman. It is a great pleasure to be with you today and to convey to you the greetings of His Highness, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and his wishes for success to the Manama dialogue. He was not able to come here because he has an official visit to accompanying the Crown Prince. This kind of gathering is really important. We really need these kinds of fora that encourage dialogue and encourage peaceful conflicts to the threats that are facing our region and the world. The international community is facing collective challenges requiring solidarity and multilateralism. We need the language of dialogue and solidarity facing competition and conflict. And the Saudi diplomacy has always played a constructive role on both the regional and international levels, building bridges of dialogue and working towards the health of the international economy. Majesties, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, within Vision 2030, the Kingdom has ambitions and developmental priorities, prompting it to work diplomatically in order to provide the conducive regional and international environment, a stable one that accepts investments, empowers development, and encourages new international partnerships and strengthens the existing links. So this requires efforts to de-escalate the tensions and to increase good intentions to find peaceful solutions far from any threats and implications of the polarization on the geopolitical level. Within this, we think of the cohesion and of the flows, the trade flows, a free flow for trade and food security. Within this context, the Kingdom works on concerting with the partners and on working collectively to support the economic recovery of the world through through the balance of the energy prices, and the kingdom will keep its leadership role that it has always played recently, so it will remain a trustworthy and safe source for energy for the world. So the kingdom recently showed that it deals with energy within a comprehensive approach, giving importance to the commitments at the international level and facing all the climate change and problems and challenges. This is why we have launched both initiatives, Green Saudi Arabia and Green Middle East, and we have increased our NDCs to the double by 2030. We hope to reach carbon neutrality of GHGs by 2060 through the implementation of the carbon circular economy. The kingdom is also setting institutional arrangements to supervise different national and regional programs in order to achieve all these objectives. We're talking about all these efforts because we want to reaffirm the importance that we give to climate change, for it to go in par with the transformation towards renewable energy and diversified energy sources. The kingdom sees that this energy transformation relies on three main pillars. One, energy security, economic development and prosperity for the populations, and dealing with climate change, taking into consideration all its aspects. This is why the kingdom invests in all energy sources. So, for it to be able to live up to the requirements at the international level from consumers and producers, and to stay far from the bad repercussions of unrealistic policies of reducing emissions, leading to putting apart the main sources of energy, not taking into consideration the economic and developmental impacts of such a policy. Highnesses, Excellencies, we have seen recently that the geopolitical conflicts are not only limited to the conflicting parties. This overspills on the other countries that are not directly linked to it. And this has repercussions on the food security, on the energy security, and their development. I would like to remind you that the recovery from COVID-19 was possible because we de-escalated tensions and we worked on the multilateral solidarity and cooperation. And for us to be able to reach sustainable economic recovery, we need to enable peaceful solutions and work on good intentions for us to be able to face all these common challenges that are overwhelming the world, because the world is hostage of geopolitical competition and polarization, and all the regions are now being dragged into these conflicts, thus having its repercussions on the societies, the economy, and the developing countries are the most suffering. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Deputy Foreign Minister. Let me again remind everybody the rules of the road for this Q&A session, which is that you put your badge into the microphone and you press the speak button. But that just means that your microphone is illuminated. It doesn't mean your microphone is on, so you can still perhaps safely whisper the odd indiscretion to your neighbor. It's only when I actually call you and put your microphone on that it will operate. So I've got a number of people already in the queue, which is splendid. What I'm going to do is take 6 or 7 comments and remarks on the floor and then come back to the panel. So if each of you were to take a note of the question that is principally directed to you, that would be excellent. I'll try to help from my end as well. To begin our debate, Hassan Al-Hassan from Bahrain.
Thank you very much, John. And thank you to the guests and the speakers. My question is to their excellencies, the representatives of Kuwait and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You spoke eloquently, especially Your Excellency Sheikh Abdullah Al-Sabah, of the urgency with which the world needs to both address climate change, but also ensure that short-term energy needs are met. The emergence of technological nationalism, the tendency to weaponize technology, set up barriers to the circulation of technology, poses a grave threat, a grave risk and threat to the ability of the Gulf states to tap and develop fully their clean energy potential. What strategies do you intend to use to be able to mitigate the risk of technological nationalism and to be able to overcome those barriers to acquiring the technology that we need in order to fully transition into the clean energy sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the UK, Bill Emmett.
Thank you very much, Director General. Thank you to all of the panel for a very stimulating opening to the day. A fundamental shift in geopolitics of energy has, of course, been also the decline of a traditional market, the United States, to become a major producer, and the emergence of Asian markets, particularly China, as major consumers of energy, leading to something of a shift in attention, naturally, of this region to the east. On February the 4th of this year, Russia and China signed a joint statement about changing nature of international relations, accusing your former allies of being essentially threats to world peace and threats to the multilateral system. I wonder if I could ask the panel, all of the panel, to reflect upon how the February the 4th joint statement between Russia and China has changed the geopolitics of energy and of your diplomacy in this region.
Thank you very much. And from the United Arab Emirates, Yahya Al-Marzouki.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. My question is not so much directed, but perhaps to the panelists, but perhaps more to John. Yesterday and today, we see there's a festival of thinker here, and we see the decision maker all congregated in Manama. John, do you envisage having a Manama declaration by which, perhaps sponsored by UN, by which one or two items are agreed, signed, and we can follow up in the following year and see how we execute and implement them?
Thank you. I think I might take that at the end, but it's an interesting point as to how we organize this dialogue. Could I ask from Kuwait, Amna Ibrahim?
Hello. My question is about the regional geopolitics as they relate to the energy transition. So when it comes to the European states, we've seen a lot of investment in cooperative energy policy making. However, in the Gulf, even when it comes to our electricity, we have a common grid, but that's not fully shared at all times. And those are political decisions behind that power sharing. And that's only electricity. So then when we imagine very large investment in diversification, we require a high level of GCC cooperation. What effort is being put in to kind of remove barriers between Gulf states in order to really push forward energy policy in the region?
Thank you so much. And from the Netherlands, Mayor Nowens.
Thank you, John, and thank you to the speakers. My question is for Secretary of State Cleverly. China has a monopoly on rare earth minerals that are critical to the development of energy transition technologies. How do you ensure that we can continue to cooperate with China and prevent the weaponization of this type of supply chain control? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'll take one more in this round before reverting to the panel. Robert Ward from the United Kingdom.
Thank you, John, and thank you, panel. A question for the panel. With the oil price cap due to be launched next month, what does the panel think will be the long-term structural impact on the oil market of the policy, given that the G7 still account for around 30% of global GDP, and how effective will the policy be? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have technological nationalism, Russia and China February 4th statement, GCC grid, rare earths, and oil price mechanism. Not all three panelists have to answer all 6 questions, but you know which ones were principally directed to you. For the one directed to me on whether we would aim ever to have a Manama communique, we saw at formal meetings like the G20 just in Bali quite how much diplomatic effort had to go to get a communique out. And we think that to spend all the time negotiating a statement that the 45 countries represented here could adhere to might be an excessive challenge. On the other hand, as I said in my introduction, quite often real diplomatic business takes place here. So it was in 2014 that the United Kingdom and Bahrain signed here at the Manama Dialogue in the evening at about 11:30 p.m. opposite the Naval Facilities Agreement. And I know of a lot of bilateral and trilateral and other arrangements that have been made during the course of the Manama Dialogue. And indeed, if we're able to ensure the Manama Dialogue becomes, as it were, an action-forcing event for similar diplomatic engagement as between the participants voluntarily, that would be splendid. But to negotiate a communique during the weekend might be a bit tough. So I've answered the question directed to me. Could I go in the order that the panelists spoke with their responses? Sheikh Salam first. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Chipman. I'd like to tackle the first question about tech nationalism. So I'm going to take you all back to 1991 when my country was liberated from the Iraqi invasion. Do you all remember the fires that were set ablaze on our oil fields? There were 700 some very, very damaging oil fires going on there. The point I want to make is that at that time, black snow fell on the Himalayas because of the soot from the oil fires. So when we talk about tech nationalism, I mean, that does not make any sense to me. Take a look at our globe. I mean, our Earth, our blue Earth, has a very thin layer of oxygen around it. Now, who has a monopoly on that? Look, if one country is clean and another country across the globe is not, the first country is not clean. We share one environment. We share one atmosphere. We share one planet. How does it make sense to have tech nationalism? Doesn't make sense at all. We all have to work together. We all have to share our tech. We all have to share our expertise. Or I have news for you. It's not going to work. Country A can be very, very clean, can be zero emission, zero carbon footprint. If a country next door is not zero carbon footprint, country A is not going to be zero. So, I mean, that to me is a very obvious question. If we don't work together, it's not going to work, period. Thank you.
Thank you very much. James Cleverly.
Thank you. A couple of questions there that I think have a natural linkage to each other. The question, I think, on the shifting relationship between the world in light of the agreement between Russia and China ahead of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I think that has seen a shift as China becomes a much greater consumer of electricity or consumer of energy. I think that has brought about a change. The UK published its integrated review of security foreign policy recently, and that talks about the Indo-Pacific tilt. So we will have an increased focus on the Indo-Pacific. I want to make it very clear to our very good friends in the room today that that does not mean that we are going to be dropping our long-standing, pre-existing friendships both here in the region and elsewhere. But it does mean that we have to have an increased focus on that part of the world, and particularly on China, which leads on to the question that was asked about cornering the market and rare earth minerals and what our response to that is. Of course, we do need to continue to have a commercial and trading relationship with China. As I say, China is one of the UK's largest trading partners. I'm sure that's true with many other countries represented in the room. But the lesson that I think we take from Russia's use of gas supplies as a tool of leverage is that it would be foolish and short-sighted if we were to try and break our dependence on hydrocarbons, which can be used, and as we have seen Russia doing, can be used as leverage on the international stage, only to then be completely dependent perhaps on components for wind turbines or photovoltaic cells or battery storage to another country. I think there are a number of things that we need to do with regard to that. I think we need to use technology. I was in Strathclyde University recently looking at sodium-ion batteries, which use a much more bountiful, much more plentiful, much cheaper, much easier to source material for those batteries. I think we also see that whilst China does have a huge dominance when it comes to the processing of those minerals, the actual dispersal of those minerals around the globe is much broader. And if there were processing capabilities in other parts of the world, particularly in Africa, where many of those minerals are found, I think that would be good for the African economies. I think it would be good for global energy security, and I think that diversification of production, I think, would be a much more healthy situation. I think I'll leave it there and give time for other people to answer the other elements of those questions.
Thanks. Deputy Foreign Minister?
Well, I'm not an expert in energy, okay, but I will try just to send some messages, you know. As you know, Saudi Arabia is always the, what they call it, trusted source of energy, you know. We're trying to go through a transformation to make Saudi Arabia as a hub of traditional energy and the new form, which we already started, okay? We're cooperating with the rest of the world. You cannot do things by yourself, you know. And the COVID-19 have proven to us that in time of crisis, that all of us should work together. If we don't work together, we will not reach anywhere. Nowadays, we have what they call it, some issues, especially, you know, food supply, okay, which we have seen, you know, with the cooperation of the UN and different countries, you know, we start to have some results. And we have seen that, for example, food prices start to go down. So cooperation is very important, and I'm quite sure that we all learn from the lessons of COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, we've got time for another round of about 6 interventions before I come back to the panel to conclude just before 10:15. So could I ask Bastian Giegewit from Germany?
John, thank you very much, and thank you to all the speakers. I have a question for Secretary of State Cleverly. Sir, you spoke about Iranian weapons being supplied to Russia and used for attack in Ukraine. Another area where Russia might benefit from Iran is in learning how to circumvent sanctions. And President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, yesterday spoke about the need to deal with this issue. And I think she said those who are circumventing sanctions might themselves need to be listed. So I wonder what your view is on this issue of how can we deal with this issue of sanctions circumventions. Thank you.
Thank you. And from the US, Basma Halawi-Ro.
Thank you. My question for the Secretary of State. Sir, I quote you. You say this morning that your security is our security. And you talk about Houthi attack in Abu Dhabi. They also attack Saudi Arabia energy facility. Yet, there is no severe action against the Houthi threat. So how can you assure your partner and ally that you will protect their security? Thank you.
Thank you. And from the UK, Adel Hamezi.
Thank you, John. Just if I could add some color to two earlier questions around the price cap. If I could just push Minister Cleverly to maybe touch on what sticking points around G7 discussions and negotiations are around the price cap, more specifically outside of shipping, brokering, financial services, and to add to and complement, supplement, consolidate, and push the point around sanctions, navigational circumvention. When thinking about the Russia, Iraq, Iran, China corridor, and what conversations are going on with the likes of India on a potential price cap that most IOC CEOs think is folly or very difficult to push. And just to bring in the elephant in the room, if I may, it'd be great if Minister Khoreji could just say a little bit about lessons learned perhaps from the communication dislocation with the recent US-Saudi spat, or whatever we want to call it, after the OPEC meeting last month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And since you mentioned India, Asif Shuja from India.
Thank you so much. My question is to the minister from Saudi Arabia. We are talking about the changing geopolitics of energy. United States has taken Saudi Arabia as the largest producer of the world. OPEC stands for oil producing and exporting countries, but still United States is not a member of either OPEC or OPEC+. Would there be a solution to this problem if United States is inducted as OPEC+ member? Would it help in the disseminating some of the problems that United States and Saudi Arabia has been facing? Thank you.
Thank you. A call for an inclusive OPEC plus arrangement then. Thomas Beckett.
Thank you. Some observers are predicting that Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its use of energy as a weapon against Europe will lead to accelerated transition to renewables. So my question to the panel, but particularly to those in OPEC, are the major producers umbrellaed under OPEC Plus motivated by either making hay while the sun shines, getting as many dollars as they can, or exercising strategic diversification by supporting Russia in the belief that it will prevail in the illegal invasion?
Thank you. And Nick Crawford.
Thank you, John. In her keynote speech yesterday evening, Ursula von der Leyen highlighted the role that the Gulf states have to play in providing clean fuels, including hydrogen, to Europe in future. So what concrete steps can be taken between Gulf states and governments in Europe, North America, and elsewhere to cement new relationships around these clean fuels? How can they create a more predictable environment for investments in this area? How can European governments be better friends to the Gulf states in the energy transition more generally?
Thank you very much. I think it probably is time to come back to the panel, and I might invite each of the panelists to answer that array of questions, but perhaps if they want to add anything fresh also from their own point of view to help us conclude this panel, that would be excellent. I think it was correct to read into Ursula von der Leyen's speech yesterday the fact that the European Union might be considering secondary sanctions against states that might be helping Russia to evade them. The EU for 30 years has been complaining about US extraterritorial sanctions and secondary sanctions, but I sensed in the words uttered by Ursula von der Leyen the idea that maybe the EU, as they developed the sharper tools of economic statecraft, might have to enter this field too. And another issue that has been in the debate that would also be an innovation is whether those countries that have seized Russian state asset, freezed Russian state assets, might move to seizing those Russian state assets to create the basis of an Ukrainian redevelopment fund. 300 billion would go a little bit of the way for those reconstructions. So there's a theme around economic statecraft here that I think has also been raised by our participants. Sheikh Salem.
Thank you, Dr. Chairman. I'd like to address the question before last about OPEC Plus question, rather. That intervention had two questions. And my answer to those two questions is no, and no. So I don't know why it's so hard for people to understand that the OPEC Plus decision was purely made on economic grounds. We did not take that decision to make more money, and we did not take that decision rather to support Russia. We took that decision to ensure stability in the oil market. So to the person that asked that question, I'd like to pose a question to you. How would you feel if there was a lot of insecurity in the oil market come next year, with prices all over the place and supply unpredictable? How would you feel? We in OPEC Plus and OPEC, we took a very smart decision based on economic numbers to ensure stability in the oil market. And it's beyond me why we have to keep coming back to this point and stressing it. We have a responsibility as oil-producing countries. We have a responsibility to the producers and consumers. We don't like instability in the oil market. We don't like unpredictability in the oil market. We work together as a group to ensure that the oil market is stable. And that's what we did. Thank you.
Thank you. James Cleverly.
Thank you. I find myself about to repeat words here that I've often said at the dispatch box in Parliament in the UK with regard to my discomfort in speculating or predicting what future sanctions designations might be. But I think there are some broader points to consider. Firstly, what we have learned is that sanctions are most effective when they are internationally coordinated. And so we listen with great interest to the points that were made by Ursula von der Leyen in terms of the coordinated sanctions approach to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And of course, the circumvention of sanctions is something that has to be dealt with internationally and through international cooperation. The point I would make is that we have seen, and His Excellency spoke about Kuwait's invasion and the liberation of Kuwait. And I remind people, and I do this often, and that this is about protecting territorial integrity. This is about protecting the UN Charter. This is about protecting the importance of national sovereignty. And that's why the UK and others have been so passionate in our support of Ukraine, just as we worked with our international partners to liberate Kuwait in its time of need when it found itself under attack. And I think that's incredibly important to restate. It's not because it is a conflict in the European sphere. It is because it is a conflict which attacks some of the very foundations of peace and stability that we have enjoyed for a number of decades. And then that brings me on to the conversations about the oil price cap and the energy price caps that we are, a number of countries are negotiating, particularly European countries, is that whilst we do want to obviously continue to support Ukraine in defense of itself, we are also feeling the economic ripple effect of that conflict, and we look to protect our own consumers, and we look to protect stability and predictability in the hydrocarbon energy market. We try to do these things simultaneously, and they are not easy, and they do require a huge amount of international cooperation. But we want to make sure that we are supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes for this conflict to come to a conclusion. And that does mean also ensuring that we have an economically sustainable position in the UK, whilst also, of course, making sure that Russia is not profiting from the turmoil that it's created. And that is complicated. That is complicated. It reinforces the need for international cooperation. And the final point that I was making, which hadn't come up through questions, but it is a point I do very much want to make, is that we recognize the impact on food security. And I've said that food security, energy security, physical security are all interwoven. And we're seeing some of the hungriest people in the world being plunged into even greater hunger because of disruptions to grain exports through the Black Sea. So this conflict in the European sphere is having an impact on people right across the globe, including some of the hungriest people in the world. And again, it brings me back to the point I've repeated a number of times. All our responses to this require us to work closely with our international partners. And that's why I'm very, very pleased that we are here, very, very pleased that you're able to convene this meeting today.
James, thank you very much. Maybe can I just ask a follow-up question, because you made the point about food security and also mentioned the Indo-Pacific tilt. Of course, Europeans and North Americans who talk about the Indo-Pacific tilt talk about the need to assure free and open Indo-Pacific. Their credibility in making that case would be all the stronger if those same countries were able to ensure a free and open Black Sea. And there's been some good fortune recently in the UN and Turkish, Ukrainian, Russian negotiations to allow a certain amount of food to go out, but perhaps not as much as would in normal times. Has there been any discussion with the foreign ministers that you are often in contact with as to whether there might be an emerging need to have a freedom of navigation patrol, a humanitarian mission, forcibly to open the Black Sea so that the pace of those exports would be all the greater?
Well, look, we have to keep an open mind as to what mechanisms that we use, but I do think we also need to be very cautious about the implications. And we have, I'm often finding myself being asked about no-fly zones, protection of navigation corridors, humanitarian corridors. And the point I'd always make is if you're talking about a no-fly zone or a naval corridor or a humanitarian land corridor, they have to be enforced. And enforced means force. And that brings us to the question about what is our appetite to engage directly, force on force, with countries that might try and close those routes. And in this instance, the conversation that you're talking about, we're talking about Russia. And we've made it very clear, it's for the Ukrainians to defend themselves against Russian aggression. This is not a wider conflict between the West and Russia. Russia has chosen to attack Ukraine. We will support Ukraine, but we have never, when I say we, NATO, the UK, our friends and allies, we have never threatened Russia. We are not threatening Russia. The problems that Russia is facing is a direct result of Russian aggression against Ukraine.
Thank you so much. Walid Al-Khuwaiji.
Well, I think for the decision of OPEC Plus, His Excellency, the Foreign Minister of Kuwait, have already answered that the decision was made on a technical base. There was no politics behind that decision. And Saudi Arabia already cleared that since the beginning, okay? And it was a decision by 21 countries, not only by one country. I think there was a question about joining of the US to the OPEC Plus, okay? I think this question should be directed to the US itself, okay? For sure, this is a new idea, but it's always, we accept to discuss new ideas, and we can see if there would be much ease, for them to join the OPEC Plus. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, could I ask you to do two things? First, stay in the room because we don't have a coffee break between now and the second plenary, which will start in about 4 minutes, on the impact of extra-regional conflicts on Middle East security. And the second thing I would ask you all to do is to thank all of our participants and panelists in the usual way. Thank you. thank you very much. For any of you that might not have got the hint from our 45-second video, we'll try to move to our second plenary now. I'd invite you all elegantly to complete your conversations with your near neighbors and rediscover your seats. The second plenary here carries on really from the conversations that we had last night and already this morning on the theme, the impact of extra-regional conflicts on Middle East security. I think in the question and answer period, it will be interesting to have more views from the Middle East about how they view the impact of extra-regional conflicts on their own security. We have in mind, of course, the Russia-Ukraine war, the biggest conflict in Europe since the Second World War, but some of the Middle East states represented here might feel that there are other conflicts going on now that are also affecting Middle East security, or rather the risk of other conflicts to which they have to pay special attention. So I'll be looking for the Middle East voice there as well. Our three speakers today are, first of all, our host here in Bahrain, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Bahrain, Dr. Abdulatif bin Rashid Al-Zayani, who is the Foreign Minister. Many years ago, he also spoke here in his capacity as GCC Secretary General. We're delighted to have with us Pekka Haavisto, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Finland. I referred yesterday in more precise and diplomatic language, perhaps, to the handbrake turn in strategic posture that Finland took following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And delighted also to have with us Dr. Tobias Littner, who's the Minister of State at the Federal Foreign Office, the Auswärtiges Amt in Germany. Especially delighted since only last year we opened a new IISS office strategically located in Paris-sur-Platz in Berlin, so that we would be only 200 meters away from the Bundestag and able to engage all the political parties in Germany in our discussions. And I can say that the interest in Germany in Middle East and Indo-Pacific security has not been greater in my professional lifespan, and I hope that we can bring IISS analysis of that kind into the European security debate. So with that, could I invite Abdulatif Al-Zayani to open the second plenary?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dr. Chipman, Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is my great pleasure to join you again for this 2022 IISS Manama Dialogue, and to welcome you to the Kingdom of Bahrain. And I am delighted to be joined by Minister Haavisto and Minister Lindner as we examine the impact of extra-regional conflicts on Middle East security. I also want to thank Dr. Chipman and his team for once again bringing together such distinguished speakers and participants. Amidst continued global turmoil, this meeting is an opportunity for us to underscore, as His Majesty King Hamad did during the recent visit of His Holiness Pope Francis, the centrality of peaceful dialogue in preventing and resolving conflicts. Indeed, His Holiness described Bahrain as a crossroads of mutual enrichment between peoples. And I am certain that this spirit will inform our discussions throughout this IISS Manama Dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, for reasons including religion and resources, for centuries, outside actors have involved themselves in this region. Indeed, it is no exaggeration to say that the modern Middle East and its issues has been significantly shaped by external conflicts and competition. Moreover, the region has its own challenges and disputes, which themselves can be an incentive for extra-regional countries to become involved in furtherance of their own interests. So even before today's globalized, interconnected world, our Middle East was perhaps uniquely impacted by external factors, many of which leave a legacy to this day. Today, these factors are impacting both at the state-to-state level and also within states. To take just one example, the knock-on effects of the conflict in Ukraine and their consequences for food and energy prices require adjustments across the region and within individual states and societies. And the reality is that because of its geostrategic importance, the Middle East will likely continue to be the subject of direct focus and involvement from outside powers, for better and for worse, over the foreseeable future. I believe this will manifest itself in two primary ways. Firstly, we will see external powers continuing to use regional issues as a proxy for their own wider competition, whether explicitly through directly supporting different parties in regional conflicts, or more subtly through directing diplomatic, economic, or defense capital. Outside power rivalry will continue to be a thread running through regional issues. Secondly, we are likely to see continued efforts by extra-regional powers to engage Middle Eastern countries, directly or indirectly, in outside conflicts. In some cases, that will be logistical or technical. For example, regional states supplying weaponry to parties in extra-regional conflicts. In others, explicit diplomatic pressure may be used. Are you with us or against us? In still other cases, the approach may be more subtle, by encouraging diplomatic or economic stances that can affect the outcome of such disputes. Left unchecked, the impact of these extra-regional conflicts can create further regional instability and potentially an environment conducive to emerging threats such as terrorism, radicalization, and extremism, which again have ramifications for our region and beyond. Further, there is a risk of a vicious circle whereby extra-regional conflicts feed into the calculation of outside powers in assessing their positions towards the region, creating yet further uncertainty and instability. So how best to respond to such challenges and impacts? For the states of the region, I believe we need to focus on the 3 C's of consistency, cohesion, and connectivity. By consistency, I mean keeping to the well-known norms and principles of international law, including, at a minimum, resolving disputes through peaceful means, not using or threatening force, refraining from interference in the internal affairs of states, but also, more broadly, by working to spread a culture of dialogue and mutual respect. Cohesion, in terms of ensuring security through unified cooperation, the approach taken by the GCC countries. because there can be no doubt that we are stronger and more effective when speaking with one voice, whether to adversaries within our region or to extra-regional states, ensuring that our interests are better heard and understood. And connectivity, through building partnerships with like-minded states in our region and beyond, that can both directly strengthen our shared security and also build networks of resilience and deterrence against potential adversaries. Ladies and gentlemen, for each of these three C's, diplomacy is the only way to sustainably achieve our aims. All of us, inside and outside the region, must never lose sight of the need to achieve peaceful political solutions to all issues and disputes. So we must work tirelessly to prevent conflicts before they break out and to bring an quick end to existing wars. This, the clear and consistent position of the Kingdom of Bahrain and the GCC, whether on Russia-Ukraine, Armenia-Azerbaijan, Yemen, or any other conflict. We always underscore the centrality of political, peaceful resolution. Indeed, the values of dialogue, coexistence, and mutual respect have consistently underpinned the Kingdom of Bahrain's foreign policies, because we believe they are the best guides to ensure peace, security, and stability in both our region and the wider world. Before concluding, I want to briefly ask, how can extra-regional states minimize the impacts of external conflicts on the Middle East? Firstly, by recognizing that it is in no one's interest to turn the region into a proxy theater for wider rivalries. To put it bluntly, the Middle East has enough on its plate without importing external issues. Seeing existing regional challenges through the prism of extra-regional conflicts makes it harder to achieve a resolution. And as with any region, the countries of the Middle East have their own specific interests and challenges to navigate. Secondly, by appreciating the need to minimize the impact of any conflict and the risks of spillover into other regions, whether those regions are the Middle East or elsewhere, and working to ensure that such impacts are confined as much as possible. And finally, by engaging consensually with regional states to help resolve issues on the basis of the principles outlined earlier. There is undoubtedly a role for outside powers in strengthening Middle East security. For example, in continuing to press for a resolution to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict on the basis of a two-state solution, or through support for the Abraham Accords, just as there is scope for regional countries to play a principal and productive role in helping resolve international challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the challenges extra-regional conflicts and rivalries pose to the Middle East. And as His Majesty the King said during the recent visit of the Pope, effective international partnerships are essential to maintain international peace and security, avoid escalation and confrontation, and to redirect global efforts towards addressing such challenges. This again underscores the importance of working together regionally and internationally to mitigate the impact of such challenges, and is recognition that such efforts are not zero-sum game, but a means for us all to benefit through advancing peace, development, and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And relatively far from the Middle East, but an important small state in Europe, could I invite Pekka Haavisto, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Finland, take the floor. Thank you, sir.
Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be today in Bahrain and of course a great privilege to participate to the Manama dialogue. I think it's very timely. The Middle East is Europe's immediate neighborhood and of great importance for us all. There's a great potential to further strengthen dialogue and cooperation between our regions. Stability in Middle East is of utmost importance. First and foremost, it's important for the region itself, but also beyond. There are several unresolved conflicts in the region that cause instability and immense human suffering for millions of people. And the situation in Iran and Iran's role, and also Iran's role globally, not only regionally, has been mentioned already here many times. In Europe, we have now also been living in a time of war for nearly 8 months. Suddenly, also our security situation is more difficult to predict than at any moment since the Cold War, and we expect this outlook to persist for the foreseeable future. Russia is ready to take very high risks to advance its political objectives. Russia chose to attack not only Ukraine and not only Europe, but the entire global security order. Actually, when looking the situation, many people are saying, or many people are accusing that Europe or West has double standards. And I'm trying to think where to compare the current situation. When we saw the 24th of February, the Russian attack against Ukraine, we were not sure if Russia will be successful. We were not sure if it's ready to make a so strong effort that the government in Ukraine would collapse. And what would be the consequences for the whole world and actually for the whole Europe in those circumstances. I compared it actually in my mind to Saddam Hussein's occupation of Kuwait, 1990. I was a young member of parliament that time, and the Kuwaiti delegation came to Helsinki and said that according to UN Charter, we are able to, or we can ask help from other countries to help us in this unfortunate situation of Kuwait occupation. And countries like Finland and other countries showed their solidarity to Kuwait. And that was the beginning of the change, of course, at that moment. I think this is something that we can compare the situation with Ukraine. And I think there are no double standards in that case. There were similar reactions of the international community. Finland's and Sweden's decision to apply for NATO membership was a result of this drastic change in our security environment. Applying for NATO membership was a big, quick, but also natural step for us to take. First of all, natural step because we had a long-term partnership with NATO, doing common exercises and so forth. But Finland also had been announcing already year 2004 something that we called a NATO option. We told that if our security environment changed dramatically, we are ready to consider for a NATO membership. And what would be more dramatic change than the attack of your neighbor towards a country of 50 million people in your neighborhood? Finland is a country with 1,300 kilometer common border with Russia, so you understand our concerns in these circumstances. But of course, the core of our foreign policy will not change. It will continue to be based on democratic values, rule of law, and human rights. In Europe, we have now been forced to analyze our policies very critically. Europe's energy dependency from Russia is one of the most obvious examples. However, this also allows us to step up our efforts. Finland is very focused now on green transition. We hope for global cooperation in these strives toward a more sustainable future. Russia's unjustified and unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine is truly a global issue. This is not a conflict between the West and Russia as portrayed by Russia, but Russia's invasion of its peaceful, sovereign neighbor. The Russian invasion violated the main interest each country has, their sovereignty. Our message to everyone is to show unconditional support to principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity and to stand up for Ukraine. Russia is seeking partners to support its narrative also from this region. It's important to understand that creating stability is not a value championed by Russia. Together, we must demonstrate our shared commitment to the UN Charter. Russia's war of aggression has highly impacted global energy and food markets, disturbing supply chains and trade. Russia is responsible for the food crisis. It has destroyed agricultural land in Ukraine, blocked trade routes from Ukrainian ports, and destroyed Ukrainian grain storage and transportation infrastructure. Russia is using the dependencies to advance its military and political goals. People in the most vulnerable countries and regions are suffering because of Russia's war of choice. Unlike Russia, the EU helps its partners to mitigate the increase in food and energy insecurities with the aim to tackle rising prices and scarcity of supplies. The EU has mobilized humanitarian aid and support for those who are in the most vulnerable position. The aim of the EU sanctions is to force Russia to stop its war against Ukraine. Contrary to Russia's disinformation, the EU sanctions do not target the agricultural sector or fertilizers. Let me also assure you, European leaders have and will continue to act globally. Other crises and conflicts have not and will not be forgotten. Europe continues to support conflict areas both on the political level by contributing to crisis management and peacekeeping, as well as through humanitarian and development aid. Despite ongoing challenges, we must defend the international rules-based order. Our goal in the future remains in building and restoring peace, preventing conflicts, and strengthening international security. I know that also in the Gulf region, a need for regional security arrangements has been identified. I encourage you to pursue these ideas. Do not let our setbacks discourage you. Europe still has a strong record of being a peaceful continent. Perhaps some of our structures can be considered as a source of inspiration. I know that, for example, the Baltic Sea maritime security models are something that can be followed in other regions as well. We are ready to cooperate toward mutual interest of building stability and security across continents. Finland is also enhancing political dialogue within the region and with Europe through a process called Helsinki Policy Forum. This high-level forum aims at building confidence. Finland stands ready to continue the forum in its aim to identify and share best practices and policy recommendations. If we work on solutions together, we will also come out of ongoing global crisis stronger and more united. Thank you, and hoping for a lively discussion.
Foreign Minister, thank you very much. And now, Dr. Tobias Lindner, Minister of State in the Auswärtiges in Germany.
Dear Mr. Chipman, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, when discussing extra-regional conflicts, I'm sure that not many of you will be surprised that I have to start with the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. For us, this war is a blatant breach of international law, in particular with the UN Charter and its universal values. And please let me emphasize and clarify: the UN Charter, the NATO-Russia Founding Act, the OSCE, this is not something that was invented by the West and imposed to other countries. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a common fundament for peace and prosperity worldwide. And the violation of these principles, it's more than just a turning point. It is indeed, as we call it in Germany a Zeitenwende, a turn of an era. And this was also visible at the G20 summit these last days. The world is no longer the same, with severe consequences not just for Ukraine or for European security. It has consequences for our security architecture, also here in the MENA region. The Russian destruction of agricultural infrastructure and its month-long blocking of the Black Sea ports have aggravated the global food crisis and added to political instability. Furthermore, Russia's war against Ukraine has triggered turmoil in financial and energy markets and drastically increased uncertainty about the recovery of the global economy. And these effects can be seen globally, also in the MENA region, as in Yemen, Iraq, Egypt, Lebanon, and Sudan. And in order to have peace in Ukraine, and that means to end the Russian aggression, and to re-establish security as well as economic stability, ladies and gentlemen, the European Union, together with its allies worldwide, is increasing sanctions pressure to further limit the resources available to Russia for continuing to wage its war. And at the same time, pressure against Iran is equally important, as Iranian drones play an increasing role in Russian strikes against Ukraine. We have taken quick action in the European Union to directly sanction the involved Iranian officials. The Russian aggression has another impact. It confronts us all with the question which world order we want to live in. Either in a rules-based order where we can rely on the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of states, or in a world where imperialistic aspirations weigh heavier than respect of international law. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that the Russian war of aggression also had a positive effect that certainly wasn't intended. It led us to intensify dialogue between the Middle East and Europe on regional security, but also on energy issues and other fields of cooperation. This was long overdue. The new EU-GCC strategic partnership is only one example. And platforms like the distinguished Manama dialogue are the perfect occasion to further enhance the dialogue. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, another conflicted region with possible security consequences for the Middle East is Eastern Africa. Instabilities in countries like Ethiopia, where the recent ceasefire agreement offers hope, and Sudan or Somalia could strengthen radical forces with possible repercussions for neighboring regions. This could also lead to increasing migration flows, both with possible implications on stability in the Middle East too. And to prevent this, internationally coordinated efforts regarding mediation, stabilization, humanitarian aid, and development aid are needed, and I can assure you, Germany is proud, as one of the largest donors worldwide, to continue to play an important role in this. Maritime security is another important aspect directly linked to these conflicts, and I want to thank Bahrain and the other GCC states for their essential role in keeping the Indian Ocean safe. This week's unacceptable attack on an oil tanker off the Omani coast underscores how important and intensified security cooperation is to ensure international shipping. Ladies and gentlemen, let me finish by mentioning a third extra-regional conflict, a conflict that we sometimes tend to forget, although it has directly security implications not only in the Middle East, but on all of us, the growing threat of climate change. To overcome this crisis, we need to join forces and use all means at our disposal. The Middle East strides ahead with an ambitious and impressive agenda to invest in renewable energy. With the COP27 in Egypt at this very moment and the COP28 in the UAE next year, we see that the region is taking on responsibility. Conflicts arise when not all countries feel heard or when burden is not shared equally. Together, we have to limit global warming while balancing loss and damages of the most effective and financially weaker states. I thank you.
Minister, thank you very much. And thank you in particular also for adding, as I indicated it might be helpful, other extra-regional conflicts that affect Middle East security, in particular the instability in East Africa. It's a reason why we have made an effort last year and this year to engage Somalia, Djibouti, Kenya, and Ethiopia in particular in this Manama dialogue, because for many in the Middle East, it's those East African instabilities that have also an urgent and immediate impact. And your comment on the Indian Ocean, very helpful as well. If I can make, as it were, a party political broadcast, the IISS is working to try to mount in Singapore a special small island states conference that looks at these issues of national resilience, climate change, and the like, and bringing the Pacific Island states together with the Indian Ocean Island states, because at present there's no forum in which they can compare, as it were, best governance practice for the common difficulties and challenges they share, especially when they are becoming now the objects of US-China competition. So thank you for allowing me to sort of make that point, and with it to see that now a dozen people have asked for the floor, and so I'll turn immediately to them, taking about 6 or 7 as I did last time. Could I start with Tommy Steiner from Israel?
Thank you, John. Minister bin Rashid al-Zayani, I was very impressed by your remarks about extra-regional powers and their problematic impact on the region. But I would like to know, how does that coincide with the upcoming China-Arab summit next month in Saudi Arabia, in which probably, most likely, we will see Arab countries endorsing President Xi's new signature initiative, the Global Security Initiative, which also features indivisible security as one of the key principles, which has become rather, I would say, infamous or notorious in the European context, because it has become the pretext, excuse for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And ministers from Europe, you're more than welcome to weigh in too. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Reem Momtaz. Sorry. You put up. There we go.
Thank you, John. My question is for Bahrain's foreign minister. Excellency, I understand the desire by Gulf states to disassociate themselves from the conflict in Ukraine when you say that the Middle East has enough on its plate without importing external issues. But I'm curious to hear how you would define the effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine on the Gulf region. How do you reconcile this desire for disassociation with the fact that the biggest security threat to the Gulf, Iran, is, through its resolute involvement on the side of Russia in Ukraine, going to benefit greatly by being able to field test the very weapons it uses against Gulf countries? And in annex to that, does the decision by Finland, a country with a long history of neutrality, to get off the fence and join NATO, not give you reason to pause? Thank you.
Thank you. And from India, Kanika Rakwa.
Thank you. My question is also to the Bahraini minister, if I may. You spoke about connectivity and cohesion and consistency. I was wondering if you could shed light on the concept of quality infrastructure and how that would impact the connectivity that you were talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And another Nordic country, Magnus Schultz from Sweden.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to welcome the words we heard from the Finnish and the German ministers in condemning the Russian actions in Ukraine. And especially I would like to direct a thank you for Finland's leadership in our part of the world in bringing us into a NATO accession process. So thank you for that. My question would go to the European ministers in asking what we heard yesterday from President von der Leyen in actually opening up the free trade agreement with the Gulf states individually instead of having a collective approach, thereby creating some sort of a peer pressure and hopefully getting to somewhat quicker results than we have seen in the EU GCC negotiations so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very helpful question on that issue. And His Royal Highness Prince Turki bin Faisal.
Thank you very much, John. To the European ministers, distinguished European ministers, Mr. Cleverly mentioned that Russia was losing in the conflict with Ukraine and that Ukraine was going to prevail. Is there any chance for peace in the meantime? Or is it going to be a matter of waiting until Ukraine prevails over Russia?
Thank you. And from Romania, Simone Soare.
Thank you, John. To Ministers Havisto and Lindner, I'm just wondering whether in a European Union context you feel that the conflict in Ukraine is the watershed moment that will get the European Union to agree on a long-term strategic policy towards Russia, and whether your countries are prepared to lead on that. And further to this point, whether you think perhaps in the short term we need to take a look at our policies towards the Black Sea, towards Central Asia and the Caucasus. Thank you.
And from France, Camille Lons.
Thank you, John. My question is to His Excellency, Dr. Zayani. All eyes are on Ukraine this year, but competition is also brewing in the Indo-Pacific. This year, tensions in the Taiwan Straits have continued ramping up in concerning ways. East Asia is a region of particular importance for Gulf states. It is the main importer of Gulf energy. So any escalation in that region would have an impact on the Gulf and would confront Gulf states to difficult decisions. So how are Gulf countries preparing to navigate potential escalation in the Indo-Pacific? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the UK and our Singapore office, James Crabtree.
Thank you, John. It's a related question to the previous one, perhaps directed mostly at Minister Lindner. Last week in Singapore, Chancellor Scholz gave a speech in which he warned Germany and German business to avoid excessive reliance on China and to diversify its business and supplier relationships. I wonder if you could comment on what implications that advice might have for this region.
Thank you. And last in this round, but don't worry, we'll definitely be able to come back for another half dozen following the crisp replies to these questions from the panel. Baria Almudin.
Thank you, John. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be negative, but all we hear is words, 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 that we will be protected, that finally European countries got their act together, they understand the threat of Iran and its proxies in the area. Everywhere in the area we are getting more failed states, one after another with these interventions. Can somebody just tell us some concrete steps of how they intend to move there? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barry. I mean, we'll go in the order of this panel. Maybe you might look back at the video of the last session, because if I recall correctly, James cleverly gave us some very particular concrete steps about interdiction of Iranian supplies that shows that there's a bit more muscle being exercised in this area that goes beyond, talk, but it becoming more sort of interdiction. So we've had one practical step today, but Foreign Minister Zayani?
Sure.
You could take your questions.
Well, thank you for at least paying attention to what I said. And thank you for the questions. Regarding the China-Arab summit, we have strategic dialogue with our partners, with our friends, with our allies. The GCC plays major role in assisting and pursuing the path of establishing peace, stability, and security in the region. And above all, also, to work towards prosperity. The region has suffered enough, and we have so many crises not even issues that are in the region that we need to tackle. So we need to maintain our relationship as a GCC, and we need to continue playing our role in assisting and helping in achieving peace in the region. That's what we have been advocating, that's what we have been preaching, especially Bahrain, with the leadership of His Majesty. We have strategic dialogue with China. We have annual and regular meetings at different levels. And it's natural that we have summits. We had a summit with the United States, 4 summits. We had a summit with United Kingdom, and we had summits with the France as a GCC and as Arab League. So this is continuous, it's natural, and we have to tackle issues of mutual interest. Regarding Ukraine war, I think our position is clear. As I said, in the 3 C's, consistency is really essential, and it's a principle that we stick to, adhering to the United Nations principles, the United Nations Charter principles, and not threatening using force, to respect the sovereignty of others, other countries, etc. All of these, we have demonstrated it over and over and over. And in March of this year, we supported the General Assembly resolution. Bahrain was the first one, the first country to call for diplomatic talks, political solution. And we presented it literally in the next 48 hours when the war broke up. It was through the OIC and through the Arab League. And we continue asking and calling for diplomatic solution. Lately, an initiative, joint initiative, came from His Majesty the King and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed during his visit to Bahrain. They met and they called for having diplomatic talks, political talks between 2 parties, and encouraging them to showing that we are prepared even to help if need be, but we're asking the world also to help. We've seen what happened when Europe was unstable. We've seen 2 world wars. Countries, cities were destroyed. Millions of people were killed. We know how important the stability and security of Europe. It is essential for the security and stability of the world. Any hour goes by is just increasing the risk of getting to the point where we all don't want to. Wars start because of failure in diplomacy. Wars end because of success in diplomacy. We need to move, and we need to move quickly. This reminds me of terrorism. I'm sorry to have the analogy, but in the year 2005, when terrorism was a threat to all, the entire world, especially our friends and allies, they thought it will be in isolated areas. It will not spread. In the year 2005, Saudi Arabia conducted and formed a conference. And today, I ask you all, if we go back to the communique, and thanks to my friend here, I think from the Emirates, who recommended to have a communique. I think if we go back to that communique, and if we have implemented those recommendations, I think the world, will not be in the same position today. But unfortunately, we did not. We did not see that we need to unite and work against that threat. Now today, we need to unite, and we need to work together to limit the effect of this war. We've seen its effect. Every single person in the world, if not affected today, will be affected tomorrow. We need to move.
Thank you.
The question on connectivity, we need like-minded nations, and we need to work together. But I've been called by Dr.
Abdulatif, I knew we'd have time to come back, and I just want quickly to give Pebble Havisto and Tobias Littner a chance as well, but thank you very much for those important remarks and that comparison also with the International Campaign on Terrorism, which took a while to mount, perhaps effectively. Pebble Havisto.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And if I start with His Royal Highness question and comment on peace, how to give a peace chance in these circumstances. Many people are asking, but why don't we negotiate on situation of Ukraine, between Russia and Ukraine? And it's always good to remind that we had long negotiations, the Minsk agreements, and we try to get Russia to follow what was agreed in Minsk. Actually, that had been quite a good outcome already before the conflict, I think, based on the Minsk agreements. But unfortunately, this didn't happen. Instead, we saw the aggression against Ukraine. But at the moment, there are three, of course, projects or processes that give some light in the end of the tunnel. First, of course, this grain trade agreement, and we really have to congratulate UN and Turkey for facilitating this, and now the continuation of the grain trade agreement, which minimizes hopefully the consequences for those who are suffering for the lack of supply of food and so forth. And then we have the nuclear safety process led by the IAEA and Mr. Grossi doing excellent work with the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and so forth. Again, a very important act in the middle of the crisis. And then thirdly, we have exchange of prisoners ongoing, and there we have to thank Saudi Arabia and others who have been facilitating that. Actually, it's quite amazing that in the middle of this conflict you can exchange prisoners, what has done between the Ukraine and Russia. So this gives to me some hope that the negotiation channels are open and possible to use. But of course, if your country is occupied, your territory is occupied, the issue that you want, then I think it's fair enough to get the occupier out of your territory. Then the question of maybe the European Union and Russia policies and what have we learned. I think the Europe has somehow found its soul in this crisis. European Union function, that's my view, best when there is a pressure and you really have to act. And this is what has happened in these circumstances. Actually, European Union is the one that has mobilized help to Ukraine, has mobilized also military help to Ukraine, functioning quite well in this respect. And the big question, of course, is what will be then our long-term policies towards Russia. I can see a lot of scholars who say that Russia is always the same. Then there are some people who say Russia is always changing. I'm a little bit on that side of the permanent changes. When we look 100 years backwards, we had the Tsar time, then Lenin, Stalin, then Khrushchev, then Brezhnev, then Gorbachev, Yeltsin, Putin. It has been zigzag for 100 years. My best guess for the next 100 years is the similar zigzag in time to time Western orientation, time to time some other orientation. But it would be very important to get, of course, Russia to respect the international rules and what has agreed. If I shortly comment on China, of course, what scared us in this conflict, Russian attack of Ukraine, is how dependent we were in Europe on the Russian energy and what kind of dependency we have been building throughout the years. And now we are getting rid of that dependency, energy dependency, but that makes us also to evaluate how vulnerable we are vis-à-vis China and some production in China, including the protection equipment for COVID-19. Everything was produced in China, or at least outside of Europe. And I think Europe is learning the lesson that there are some strategic issues that we have to provide ourselves and be relying on to ourselves. And I think this is the lesson learned of recent conflicts and also of the COVID crisis. Maybe I will finish here.
Thank you very much. Tobias Sintner.
Thank you. I will not repeat everything Pekka said, so to save some time, but to add a few things and to start with the question of His Royal Highness about peace in Ukraine. And I believe, Your Royal Highness, there are two challenges. First, if you want to negotiate, it takes two. And believe me, my Chancellor is calling every few weeks Mr. Putin. And if my government would see any sign that Russia is willing to pursue something you could really call negotiations and not fake negotiations which would lead to a dictated peace, we are willing to do so. And the challenge is, how do you negotiate with someone who has proven by February the 24th that he ignores agreements that had been achieved? That's the real challenge. Second, we all want peace, but we all have interests. And I can tell you the interest of my country is that a war of aggression must not be won in the 21st century. If Putin would be incentivized by what he did, it could give an example to others all over the world in a few years. And if we want to have a just peace, if we want to have a sustainable peace that lasts for decades, a war of aggression and an alternation of borders by force must not happen in this century, ladies and gentlemen. That brings me to the question from Romania about European strategic outlook of Europe towards Russia, and I believe that's necessary. Germany is willing to do that. We had to learn some hard lessons. Over many decades, we have been one-sided dependent, especially when it comes to gas and fuel from Russia. I can promise you that's a mistake we will not make again. And I totally agree. We have to reach out to countries in Central Asia and the Caucasus, in the Black Sea. And ladies and gentlemen, let me emphasize, it's not about building blocks. This is not a new Cold War. I believe there's only one bloc on this planet, and these are the countries that are committed to the UN Charter and to the unique international rules-based order. And that brings me finally to China. And you know, it's no secret that the German government at the moment is drafting a China strategy. I believe that's necessary. As the Chancellor said, we have to review and to modernize how we deal with China, because the country is not the same country as it was 10 years ago. And that means for sure that we can pursue partnership where it's possible, for instance, in fighting climate change. It also means that we can have economic relations and trade where there is a level playing field. But as I said, we have learned our lessons. That does not mean one-sided dependencies. It means diversification, not decoupling, but diversification. And we will review our supply chains, the resilience of the supply chains. And that means that we will also reach out to partners, be it in the Indo-Pacific, be it in the Gulf region, on science, technology, rare materials, green hydrogen. I believe this is some lesson we have learned, and I'll stop with that.
Thank you very much. And we'll take a round of about 6 or 7, then give everybody 2 minutes each to wrap up. I thought it was important in response to His Royal Highness's question, you are listing 2 or 3 examples of what might style micro-diplomacy. Grand bargain diplomacy may be a little bit difficult right now, but the micro-diplomacy exercised by the IEA, by Turkey, by Saudi Arabia, by others has at least had some material results. So diplomacy hasn't stopped entirely, and micro-diplomacy is actually an interesting element of conflict resolution generally, because it can open up a variety of useful channels. From the UAE, Ebtisam Al-Ketbi.
Thank you, John. May you please allow me, I will ask in Arabic. إذا كان للحرب وهذا سؤالي.
And my question goes to the foreign ministers of Finland and Germany. If the war in Ukraine has a characteristic, despite its destructive impact, it is that the Middle East and the Gulf region in particular are now more important than ever. Energy sources are the reason behind that. But what is new? What was unexpected for Europe is that this region was suffering from weapons that are owned by Iran. In addition to Iran interventions in the region, especially after Iran provided Russia with missiles, and now Europe is witnessing what we used to witness in this region. So this double standard policy allowed Europe to understand again what was going on in the region. My concern is the following. After solving the Ukrainian crisis, will Europe, and Germany in particular, will it reconsider this option or its vision, or will it go back again to dealing again with Iran? And will it want to reach a nuclear deal with Iran despite all of the other weapons? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And from Oman, Aisha Al-Sahiri.
Thank you very much, John. So my question is to His Excellency Dr. Zayani, as well as to the other speakers from Europe, to reflect on the case on how Europe have dealt with such an issue. So the Russia-Ukraine war, the implications of it have been felt not only within the EU continent, as we know, but beyond that, it has been felt in the Middle East countries, especially when it comes to the food and the energy security. It has exacerbated these challenges in some Middle East countries, and the Middle East countries are the most vulnerable to the issues of the climate change. And the climate change is actually presenting a challenge not only to the environmental sustainability and the economic prosperity, but also to the human security. And these challenges are actually not going to be felt within the country borders, but also at transboundary level. My question is, do we have any initiatives at the regional level, either at the level of the Middle East or the GCC, to address climate security issue? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from Germany, Bastian Giegerick.
John, thank you very much. I have a question for Minister of State Lindner. Germany is in the process of writing its first ever national security strategy, and in fact your ministry is leading the effort, and you spoke about the importance of this region, also for European security. Germany has, of course, a very special and important relationship with Israel. So I was wondering, sir, whether you could give us a sneak preview of what the most important message in the national security strategy will be for this region. Thank you.
And from Bahrain, Yasmin Janahi.
Your Excellency, Dr. John Chipman, thank you for the insightful and comprehensive discussion. My name is Yasmin Janahi, and I am a senior analyst at the Central Bank of Bahrain and part of the Manama Dialogue Young Leader Program. My question is directed to His Excellency Dr. Abdellatif Al-Zayani. The ongoing war in Ukraine has had a global impact in several ways. Your Excellency, you had mentioned the importance of the 3 C's: consistency, cohesion, and connectivity. With regards to connectivity, this is a time of market volatility with regards to skyrocketing food and commodity prices. How do you perceive Bahrain's position with regards to hedging economic and trade strategies with allies? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And from Lebanon, Laura Maisa Farjala.
Yeah. Should I push a button? Hello?
Yeah,
yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you very much for this panel. I wanted to seize the opportunity of the presence of Finnish Minister Haavisto to ask a question about Turkey. With your NATO application, there are concessions that are to be made to Ankara, and I wanted to ask, with the increased bargaining power that Turkey has gained with the war in Ukraine, how do you assess the position of Turkey in the Middle East security structure?
Thank you very much. Nigel Gould-Davis.
Thank you, John. A question for His Excellency Dr. Al-Zayani. Now, today, the Middle East stands out as the region with which Russia has its best relationship. And it follows from that that it matters to Russia what the Middle East thinks. Now, the best diplomatic solution now would be for Russia to agree to leave Ukraine peacefully. Is there any prospect that Middle Eastern states will encourage this outcome, encourage Russia to agree to leave Ukraine and therefore end the war quickly and peacefully? Thank you.
Thank you. And from Ukraine, Dmitry Senik.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chipman. Ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to make a short statement that indeed Russia's war against Ukraine goes far beyond any geographical borders. Indeed, it is the war of aggression against the UN Charter. And we've witnessed how the entire world supported Ukrainian territorial integrity and sovereignty, voting for the Ukrainian resolutions. Indeed, food security became a global issue. And despite the war, despite the Russia's aggression, Ukraine tries to do its best to supply food to the vulnerable countries of the global south. Russia does fight with the entire civilized world, and it was Russia that violated the UN Charter. It was Russia that violated Resolution 2341 that describes protection of critical infrastructure against terrorist attacks, destroying 50% of Ukrainian power sector, trying to freeze to death 10 million Ukrainians. This resolution was voted unanimously. So Russian aggression, like COVID-19, requires global efforts. Otherwise, the pandemic of fascism may re-emerge elsewhere in the region. And let us not be disillusioned, ladies and gentlemen, that neutrality will not help combat the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Kieran McGann from the US?
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate the comments from the person from Finland about the views on the UN to do more in Ukraine like they did in the Kuwait 1991 Gulf War. What is your opinion on the disregard for the Budapest Memorandum on Security Assistance signed in '91 by Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, US, and UK? And that was basically for them to get rid of their nuclear weapons. They were guaranteed security and sovereignty. And then what is the and why is the UN not more engaged with this fight?
Thank you. And from the UK, Simon Hughes.
Good morning. I've got a question for Minister Lindner. I noted his comments thanking the GCC for helping to keep the Indian Ocean safe. And I wondered how he defends his government policy to refuse those same GCC states export licenses for defense equipment.
Thank you. We'll take two more and then just advance tactical warning to the panel. We'll have replies in reverse order, so I'll ask Tobias Lindner and then Foreign Minister of Finland, and we'll close at 11:29 precisely with Foreign Minister Zayani. Not at all. We can fit it all in easily. From Italy, Benjamin Petrini.
Thank you very much. I have a question for His Excellency, Dr. Al-Zayani. Can you comment, sir, on the recent peace agreement in Ethiopia and what the position of the Bahraini government, and if you can talk about concrete steps that the JCC can take to support this peace agreement and its implementation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Tom Beckett?
Thank you. It sort of follows on from Nigel Gould-Davis's question in that it's abundantly, Dr. Al-Zayani has made it clear that the region prioritizes diplomacy and a political solution, but it's abundantly clear that Putin is not ready yet to look for a diplomatic solution unless it would be on his terms. And one of the reasons for that is that he doesn't consider himself to be under enough international pressure. Would the region consider that by, for example, joining the sanctions regime currently exercised by about 38 to 40 nations, that it might help persuade Putin to withdraw from Ukraine? And if they were to do that, do the European ministers on the stage think it would be helpful?
Thank you very much. Maria Shigina, Ukraine.
Thank you, John. My question is to Minister Lindner. For all the perhaps criticism about Germany's Zeitenwende, about its pace, there have been truly profound changes in Germany's energy security and Energiewende to quickly wean itself of Russian fossil fuels. Recently, Germany has announced the opening of its first LNG terminal. It has also put in place new regulations to safeguard its critical infrastructure. So in light of that, what role does the GCC region play in Germany's renewed energy strategy and in supply diversification, particularly in the short term?
Thank you very much. So we have 11 minutes left, and we need a sneak preview of your national security strategy and a number of other things. So Tobias, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. And I can assure you, the draft at the moment is highly classified. So, no, but to start with the question where I have the fewest friends here in the room about export licenses. As you all know, ladies and gentlemen, Germany is very carefully in its policy when it comes to approving arms exports. And you know that in our coalition contract, we have stated that there will be no directly arms exports to those countries that are directly involved in the war in Yemen, because I believe it's one of the biggest catastrophes on this planet and we all want this war to stop. But at the same time, to clarify it, it's not true that there is any general ban of GCC countries for arms exports. We just recently approved, and James Cleverly knows it very well, spare parts and ammunition for a joint program with the UK concerning, I believe it was the Eurofighter to Saudi Arabia. I can assure you we will be looking carefully in every detail, doing risk assessments, doing assessments on the regional security situation, because I believe we have to be careful, but there is no general ban in that sense for the whole region. Concerning the national security strategy, and I start with energy and the question from Ukraine, the national security strategy will be the first coherent approach on security in Germany, embedding military security as well as energy security, and therefore at the moment we are reaching out to the countries here in the region in diversifying our supply chain on a short-term basis in terms of LNG, gas and oil, and on the mid and long run we are pursuing a cooperation in terms of renewable energies and green hydrogen, and I am convinced this region has the perfect conditions to produce and to export green hydrogen that also supports transition which might be needed here in the long run, and it enhances our bilateral relations. And on the national security strategy, and Bastian asked on the relationship especially to Israel and to other countries. When I'm speaking about, we call it integrated security, a coherent approach That means we are looking for a full-scale partnership with countries in the region, not only on the economic side, excluding security. We are looking on full-scale partnerships, and you mentioned Israel. Israel is training German pilots for UAVs, for instance. We are having common exercises of the air forces, and I believe there is more to come. On food security, please let me clarify again. I'm convinced we should not ignore root causes for the global food crisis. And the root causes, ladies and gentlemen, are not the sanctions. The root causes is the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. I give you one example that already Ursula von der Leyen last evening said, there are no sanctions on fertilizers. And it's the Russians to explain why they have stopped their export of fertilizers to other countries. They are trying to make tensions on the food market while being under pressure on the battlefield. My last comment on Iran and JCPOA. My minister was very outspoken a few weeks ago on Iran. Germany is not doing business as usual with Iran. We are pushing very hard inside the European Union for listings of persons and entities. We have almost shut down every bilateral relation in terms of cultural diplomacy, for instance. So we keep the embassy open. We have diplomatic relations, as many countries have, but there will be no business as usual. And concerning the JCPOA, it's in a common interest that the mullahs in Tehran did not get a nuclear missile. The JCPOA is not perfect. We are convinced the world is safer with the JCPOA in power than without it. There are no negotiations yet. There is an offer on the table, and it's not us who is closing the door. It's in Tehran to decide, do they want to accept the offer? Do they want to return to the deal or not? That's the state of play at the moment. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Foreign Minister of Finland.
Well, thanks. Maybe one thought more about the peace issue. I have been asked many times that how can you build peace without trust? Because usually the peace processes start with the trust building, but we have in history examples where you actually have a no trust situation and you have to build peace, but then it has to be done step by step. On Iran, I just want to add what Tobias said. We of course had the old problems. We had the JCPOA, the nuclear issue. We had the conventional weapons. We had Iran's influence to the region, and all these we wanted to tackle. And now we have a couple of more problems. We have the issue of the peaceful demonstrators and the human rights issue inside Iran, the girls, women who are very bravely showing their opinions currently, and then we have the weapons export to Russia and through that the attacks against Ukraine. So the problems with Iran have been unfortunately increasing recently. On climate issue, I just want to express my views that it is one of the key global issues that we have to tackle together, and unfortunately all what is happening on the conflict side is now maybe making a delay on solving the climate issue, but I think it's very important that we keep an eye on that issue. Finland will be carbon neutral 2035, so we have our national goal, a very ambitious one. On Turkey and our NATO accession, yes, we are deep in the talks with Turkey, with Sweden. We have a tripartite group that has met one time already in Helsinki, and we are next meeting is planned. Of course, this is also for the NATO challenge. Does NATO have open door policy? If you put a lot of conditions, and if these conditions are coming from each and every member state, it's coming very complex. And at the same time, of course, NATO has an interest that it maintains the open door policy, and we have, of course, the interest to solve whatever bilateral issues there are between, or trilateral between Finland, Sweden, and Turkey, and we are in the process of doing that. And then finally, on the past nuclear deal, where Ukraine gave out its nuclear weapons, of course, what has happened and what we have been witnessing gives a very little trust to these similar processes in the future, and I think this is our common concern. That when we make these kind of deals, some country quitting the nuclear weapons, nuclear capabilities, and others guaranteeing the safety of the country, we should keep, of course, our promises. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Abdulatif Al-Zayani.
I will be short. I'll be brief. Regarding the climate security issue, yes, we are. It's not only initiatives, but also programs on the ground. And I think the best indicator is having COP27 in Egypt, and we congratulate them for the success of it. And also looking forward for COP28 in UAE. In Bahrain, the climate security is also something of importance, and it's being led by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. He's very passionate about it, and we have programs in place that will support the green Middle East, etc. In addition, we have the climate security for Bahrain as part of our human rights national plan, as part of our solidarity rights. So that shows how committed we are in climate and working together to really achieve a better success in that area. Regarding connectivity and talking about food security, yes, there are programs, and at the GCC level, we have the food security committee, and we have strategy they are working on, and we are exploring areas and venues to see how we can provide, whether it's logistics or supply. And in addition, in the part of the Negev Forum, which is part of the Abraham Accord, we're having a working group just for food security. And that's where connectivity comes into place. If anybody doesn't know about the Negev, then the countries involved are UAE, Bahrain, Egypt, Morocco, Israel, and the United States. And together we are trying to see how we can work on the food security issue. For encouraging the Russians, etc., we are calling for peace. And we believe that through diplomacy, active diplomacy, aligning our efforts all together, that we probably can achieve that objective of getting them together and reach a solution that will save Europe and save the world from further crisis. Thank you.
Abdulatif, thank you very much. And thank you in particular in your penultimate answer for reminding us of another mini-lateral that has been formed amongst these 6 Negev countries on food security. And it's a reminder that diplomacy takes a variety of forms and a variety of structures in this age, where all the formal structures are sometimes don't move quick enough, but these light-footed arrangements of the kind you just referred to are sometimes needed. Again, let me invite you to do 2 things, both of which will be easy. First of all, of course, to thank our 3 panelists, and second, to enjoy, all 350 of you, the coffee break that we now have for 30 minutes. So thank you very much. thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's 12 o'clock and 30 seconds, so we'll try to shortly begin this third plenary session of the day. Given it was a coffee break, we decided to have 2 video warning shots rather than the one at the start. And thank you very much, all of you, for coming back into the hall so briskly after what was only a 29-minute coffee break. As you all know, the IISS's core competence, so to speak, is on defense and military issues. In 1959, we began producing the now iconic Military Balance book. In 1959, it was only 16 pages long and just showed the conventional balances between NATO and the Warsaw Pact. Now it's about 595 pages long in rather small font and is additionally on a relational electronic database that has masses more information on the installed infantry of some 173 countries around the world, plus the defense economics of those countries and trends. We are trying to apply some new technologies to the military balance itself. So we want our analysts to be able to spend 80% of their time analyzing rather than 80% of their time collecting the difficult data that is in the military balance. So we're looking at artificial intelligence and data science to ensure that we bring not just the best publicly available information to light, but are also able to apply our analysts effectively to that product. Most of the countries in this room have recently taken decisions about their own defense modernization plans and have had to think about how new ways of warfare, doctrines, capacities affect the sorts of equipments that they develop, but also the operating concepts that they use with those new equipment. And so we thought it was important, given the variety of security and defense threats out there, to bring 4 distinguished military professionals together to give you their thoughts on what the priorities need to be in order to better defend both interests and allies. And I will ask them each to speak in the order that they appear on our agenda. Just quickly to remind, we're delighted to have General Michael Kurilla here, the commander of U.S. Central Command, Major General Mohammed Salahuddin Hassan, the Assistant Minister of Defense for International Relations in the Ministry of Defense and Military Production of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Lieutenant General Vincent Cousin, who's the Deputy Secretary General for Defense and Security in France. To those who know France structures well, that's the SGDN. And finally, Air Marshal Martin Sampson, who's the Defense Advisor to the for Middle East and North Africa of the UK and supports the Secretary of State for Defense in his travels and engagements with the wider Middle East and North Africa region. So now that you're all ready and expectant, could I ask General Michael Kurilla to take the floor?
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Somewhere in the Arabian Gulf, a dhow makes its way along the surface of the water, almost 50 kilometers off the coast. From the outside, the dhow appears just like thousands of other vessels that make the trip on those seas every day. But there's a difference. This dhow is moving thousands of kilos of explosives into the region. Those explosives are undetectable by any external observation. Suddenly, 2 vessels punch through the ocean at over 70 knots. The men in the dhow are encircled before they can even piece together what's happening. As the ships close the distance, the dhow's crew members are confused. You see, as far as they can tell, there are no humans on these vessels at all. Within 30 minutes, a patrol craft arrives to encircle and detain the crew. An illegal movement of explosives is thwarted. The dhow's crew members never understand how they were detected. So what happened here? The dhow is on a transit course not traditionally used for cargo transit. The dhow is traditionally used The route is traditionally used for transport of illicit material. Advanced surface drones are patrolling the Arabian Gulf, equipped with sensors that link to buoys and sensors under the sea. All these nodes are directly connected. These drones on the water and under the water are mapping the pattern of life and locating normal and abnormal vessels of interest around them. The network sensors are tracking the thousands of vessels transiting commercial shipping lanes in the Middle East daily. Along the coast, there's a small team, 14 military officers and enlisted servicemen and women in an operations center. Data integration and artificial intelligence allows these humans to make sense of all the information streaming into all their sensors. And when our Dow stood out from a pattern of commercial shipping, the artificial intelligence program they used flagged it. The team in the operations center received an immediate signal. So did the drones. Without any orders, without the team in the operations center even pushing a button, the closest drone collects key data. That data is instantly transmitted to the operations center. The trained human beings inside assessed the situation and decided what to do. Now let's move to another domain. Somewhere else in the Middle East, a call comes from a large resupply of ammunition and spare parts. 30 minutes later, 5 vehicles depart a brigade support area en route to a battalion support area. As the lead vehicle departs the compound, 4 vehicles follow behind. As the 5-vehicle convoy pulls into a link-up site, the security team greets the 5-vehicle convoy with a little bit of surprise. You see, only the first vehicle is manned with a human crew. The remaining are unmanned vehicles operating through artificial intelligence. Those scenarios are not years away from reality. In fact, the technology I've described exists today. We have a maritime task force, Task Force 59, right here in Bahrain, using and enhancing it across the region. We have the technological capability right now. We rapidly improved maritime domain awareness and build an integrated unmanned and artificial intelligence network to achieve safer seas and stronger protection for global trade. At sea, we are building on the assets we already have and creating an interconnected mesh network of sensors that transmit real-time data. All this data, pushed through data integration and artificial intelligence platforms, will help build a clearer picture of the operating environment. More importantly, our international and regional partners are on this journey with us, especially Bahrain. Task Force 59 teamed with Bahrain last year, and we've established a hub here along with one in Aqaba, Jordan. Just last month, Bahrain participated in a naval drill in the Gulf where 7 crude ships from Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, United Kingdom, and the United States teamed with unmanned systems. This is one of the many examples that underscore that our forces are realizing the future right now and doing it together. By this time next year, Task Force 59 will bring together a fleet of over 100 unmanned surface and subsurface vessels operating together, communicating together, and providing maritime domain awareness to all participating militaries. At least 80% of these unmanned vessels will come from our partnered forces. The number of partnered countries continues to grow, and they are part of the Task Force 59 operational force and part of the TAF-59 staff. Meanwhile, our Task Force 39, our ground-based innovation task force, will test concepts and technology toward a fleet of unmanned land vehicles that allows us to use our manned ground vehicles more efficiently. In addition to Task Force 39 and Task Force 59, we have Task Force 99, based in Qatar, operating in the air domain. Task Force 99 will replicate Task Force 59's efforts with systems of aerial drones with tailored payloads and other capabilities. Task Force 99's fleet of unmanned aircraft will impose dilemmas on our adversaries and detect and defeat threats to our systems and to our partners. The sensors of these unmanned systems will constantly pick up information, giving us eyes and ears on the sea, on land, and in the sky at all times. Combined, these unmanned systems will operate on the same mesh network, feeding reams of data to the AI program that sorts it all out, makes sense of it, and pushes critical information to analysts in real time. Those analysts are sharing this information with partnered forces, all of whom share the same threat picture and the same information. This is where CENTCOM is heading with innovation. In addition to those programs, we're building an experimentation program here in the Middle East to defeat adversary drones with our partners. As drone technology advances, adversary drones now serve as perhaps the greatest technological threat to regional security. Our experimentation partnership here in the Middle East will focus on new capabilities, new technologies, and new techniques to defeat the systems. All of these are under the umbrella of a culture of innovation we are building throughout U.S. Central Command. Innovation allows us to expand on the great partnerships we've built across the Middle East. It allows us to increase the operational value of our manned systems. For us, innovation is not only about artificial intelligence, machine learning, and directed energy. It's not only about the employment of new technology either. Our culture of innovation is about working with our partners in the region on new processes, on new ways of thinking, new procedures, new thoughts, and new concepts, and new technology. The potential for this culture of innovation for those of us here is titanic. Innovation allows us to better posture our forces, to better sense the environment, to more effectively deter and defeat our threat actors. The nations represented in this room do not have a monopoly on new technology. Our adversaries in the Middle East also are using new systems and technology against us. That is why we need all of our partners in the region innovating with us. Together through innovation, we can all do much more to advance the stability in the region. And I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for bringing to life, especially in your first 2 or 3 descriptions, this important culture of innovation. Assistant Minister, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, let me thank the Kingdom of Bahrain for inviting us here to the Manama Dialogue, the 18th Manama Dialogue, and for the IISS to invite me to get views and exchange views in this distinguished panel. In fact, what we are doing, I may say, talking about right now is of a great importance, and it will shape the nature of warfare for generations to come. As a matter of fact, warfare, like many other human activities, have been permitted and governed by the technology that has always played an essential role in the development and transformation of warfare. For centuries, armies have had to upgrade their capabilities to preserve battle effectiveness. Nevertheless, those who failed to modernize were deemed to lose their advantage in theaters of war. Today, however, this focus on physical equipment has begun to make room for growing preoccupation with innovative capabilities. While the 20th century has witnessed dramatic changes to war, from a horse-drawn 1910s through mechanized 1930s, jet-propelled in 1940s, to the nuclear age, the gathering and today technology overshadowing another era altogether. From earliest times, critical relationship has existed between military technology and the tactics of their employment. The ultimate purpose of military technology has always been to be successful in combat. In this regard, technology of war may be divided into 5 main categories. Offensive capabilities to harm enemy, defensive capabilities to ward off enemy and for troop protection, transportation technology, that those who move capabilities and weaponry in the theater, operation theater. Communications to control and coordinate the movement of capabilities, and sensors to detect forces and guide weaponry. The first 2 decades of the 21st century have witnessed an explosion in technological advances that have affected cultures, economics, and governments around the world. Military in the realm of warfare have been no different. Technological innovations have slowly been modifying the way armies are engaging with each other. And in doing so, the remapping of the boundaries of how conflicts are fought. What are those new defense technologies? They are, in short, data, artificial intelligence, increased connectivity, and automation. These are the elements that will underpin the digital weapons in the future. This digital revolution points to a new kind of hyper-modern warfare. Artificial intelligence is a good example of this. If an artificial intelligence gadget can read more data in a minute than a human can read in a year, then its value for the militaries are invaluable. And yet, there is little doubt that the onset of digitalization has marked an advent of new type of warfare. This is defined by hybridity between established and emergent technologies, or in other words, the fusion of industrial hardware with new electronic development. Recent conflicts have accentuated this. Drones are able to automatically locate their own targets and then eliminate them through self-destruction, launched at a press of a button and of a fraction of cost to any traditional air asset. Some analysts have gone so far to say that this particular use of drones in time and space have signaled the death of the tank, with their heavy armor becoming, as they argue, obsolete as cavalry in the First World War. In maritime domain, I think General Kurella have said, elaborated more about this, the Task Force 59, and I will quote what Vice Admiral Brad Cooper, the commander of NAVCENT, have said about it. He said that the bottom line on why we are doing this, which is the Task Force 59, is so that we can develop and integrate unmanned systems and artificial intelligence as a means to do two things. One, to enhance our maritime domain awareness, and two, to increase deterrence. This is end of quote of Admiral Cooper. Depending on the success of these assets, the future dependence on unmanned assets will be overwhelming, either for Army, Navy, or air capabilities. And this is expected in the very near future. That will raise another question about ethics and regulations. Recently, the rise in military robotics or lethal autonomous weapon systems has seen nations around the world engaged in an arms race to furnish their militaries with weapons that are self-functioning. There are growing fears about the extent to which this automation might be developed. Weapon systems that act and kill on their own eliminate human factor from the equation. This has raised troubling moral dilemmas that are likely to be resolved. Excellencies and distinguished guests, to conclude, it is very straightforward that technology is a force multiplier in the battlefield. Nowadays, unmanned systems, especially combat UAVs, have become essential capabilities to acquire. However, their advantages remain at the tactical level when it is taken away from the strategic context. Therefore, strategic planners and commanders need to weigh their impact on their strategies and plans. And thank you for listening.
Minister, thank you very much for those very precise and helpful comments. And I'm sure we're going to have quite a discussion about uninhabited aerial vehicles and drones and the like. General, the floor is yours.
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In the light of the war in Ukraine, and considering the threats we are actually facing, I would say upfront that defense modernization is more a matter of modernization of our mindsets and courses of action. And we have to do so while facing an everlasting dilemma. How do we confront today's competitors while preparing future confrontations? Or, in other words, how to leverage new technologies to prevail tomorrow and make sure that we are not missing technological opportunities. This modernization of our mindsets has been urged by the hybrid war waged in Ukraine in all areas of confrontation. In this context of higher competition and confrontation, France reaffirms its ambition to be a balancing power, contributing with allies and partners to world stability. To this end, France has released a new national strategic review to implement this ambition and to modernize its defense apparatus. On the basis of this review, our next military programming law will be drawn up. In this review, a credible, independent, and coherent deterrence remains the keystone of our defense policy. So are solid partnerships, especially in the region, where they are long-term, dense, and above all, characterized by a very high level of ambition and mutual trust. France is also fully committed to regional stability, working to facilitate dialogue between all players in the region. This is the meaning of our participation in the organization of the Baghdad Conference back in August 2021, and which will soon be held again in Amman in the coming month. We are also directly involved, as are the Gulf states, in the resolution of regional crises. France is supporting the various defense modernization processes undertaken by our partners in the region over the past several years, such as the build-up of maritime capabilities. Our national strategic review also emphasizes the vital importance of modernizing our military capabilities and investing in new technological fields. Until recently, France's armed forces were designed primarily for expeditionary operations, mainly designed to fight terrorism. This objective remains, since the terrorist threat is still there. However, our armed forces must now be able to respond to other challenges. First, the return of high-intensity warfare between states. Second, the massive use of drones, both in terms of number and purposes. Also, the extension of the use of missiles of all types, of which many of us are confronted to. Third, the lowering of the cyber threshold. And last, disruptive technologies, quantum, artificial intelligence, hypervelocity in particular. Mastering these disruptive technologies gives a significant military advantage to the states that possess them. The French Defense Innovation Agency was established in 2018 and enables short-loop experimentation with operational users. In the field of cybersecurity, France is investing heavily to keep reinforcing the French cyber resilience of the state, with a main focus on the critical entities. The opening of the National Cyber Campus and the emergence of a cyber defense ecosystem will also allow us to move forward in this domain. France has also adopted a doctrine for the fight against cyber influence in 2021. It has the means to conduct military operations in the informational layer of cyberspace aimed at detecting, characterizing, and countering attacks, supporting strategic communication, providing information, or conducting deception. Artificial intelligence is clearly a disruptive technology in today's and tomorrow's warfare. Its development has been accelerating for nearly 10 years, thanks to the progress made in computing power, massive data processing, storage capacities, and algorithmic methods. If the GAFAMs are particularly present in this field, with huge financial stakes, AI brings to light both new opportunities in terms of sovereignty and new potential threats to national security, of which we are fully aware. The progressive mastery of AI-related technologies is leading us inevitably to an era where data will be just as important as energy. Finally, the prospect of developing a universal quantum computer holds out the hope of major breakthroughs in many strategic sectors, such as health, pharmaceuticals, food, energy, and defense. No one knows today the extent of the disruptions imagined by the scientists. But France considers that quantum technologies could be a serious threat to its national security. In this respect, President Macron stated in a national strategy in January 2021 the ambition of guaranteeing France's leadership and sovereignty in these critical technologies. It aimed to identify and support the emergence of use cases that can contribute to the operational superiority of our forces. Concerning hypervelocity, it is clear that gliders and hypersonic cruise missiles have become new markers of military power for nearly 10 years. They are now part of the return of strategic competition between states because of their ability to penetrate anti-missile defense systems and reach targets, even fleeting ones, in the enemy's depth. Their impact on current decision-making cycles will profoundly change the nature of military operations, but the budgetary sustainability of their development remains a challenge for all. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges are immense. France, alongside its allies and partners, is ready to meet them. Thank you.
General, thank you very much for those remarks and identifying a number of other new technologies that are a challenge for those who are developing defense doctrine as much as anything else. Air Marshal Sammy Sampson.
Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to join this distinguished stage. So modernizing defense, the development and harnessing of new technologies is essential to deter and counter contemporary and emerging threats. It is and always has been an enduring challenge. Counterinsurgency, the threat from extremism, has not disappeared, but it has been eclipsed by the return of traditional state-on-state competition. This, as we've heard, threatens regional tensions and worsens many of the same underlying economic and environmental and political factors. Today's conflicts, instability, challenges and opportunities set the context and drive defense modernization and new technologies. And as such, there's 3 points that I'd like to offer up ahead of the discussion. First, that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is part of a struggle for the future world order, a struggle that's also being played out very clearly in the Middle East, the Indo-Pacific, and every bit as much as it is in Eastern Europe. Second, my belief that the best antidote to this challenge is to be found in the strength of our partnerships, military, industrial, academic, and the willingness of responsible nations to leverage our collective technological strengths, and ultimately, our military power. Third and finally, to talk a little bit about how this approach is guiding the modernization of the British Armed Forces as we become more global, more agile, and more lethal. So the challenge to world order, 3 global crises are playing out concurrently with many other regional instabilities. In Europe, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is more than just a single violation of international law. It's a pattern of behavior from Russia that has been evident for many years and touches every corner of the globe. Each one we have not been able to counter. From the downing of a Malaysian Airlines jet, radiological poisonings on British soil, mercenaries in Mali, and the reckless use of cluster munitions and incendiary weapons in Syria. And now the prospect of energy shortages in Europe, food shortages in Africa, and the dark shadow of nuclear intimidation mean that we truly face a global crisis. As we move to center on the Gulf, we face a second global challenge from Iran. For Tehran too, there's a pattern of these types of behaviors. As Foreign Secretary Cleverly has said, earlier this year, the Royal Navy frigate HMS Montrose intercepted some of these weapons and components that are and were and still intended to be striking targets in this peninsula. The remains of Iranian drones downed in Ukraine enable us to establish a very clear link between Iranian support to Russia. And what this does is it does present an opportunity for Iran to develop these capabilities to further undermine stability and security in the Gulf, and to do so even faster. Then as we move to East Asia, we have another Russian ally, North Korea, at the heart of the third global crisis, one that's already seen over 40 ballistic missiles launched this year, including some since we convened here in Manama. So whether it's Putin's sense of impunity, the destabilizing effect of Iran's behavior, or North Korea's belligerence, none of these threats exist in isolation. So our defense challenge is broader than ever, and our reliance on technology non-discretionary. The United Kingdom believes the best response to this challenge is to be found in the collective power of our alliances and partners, including industry, academia, and science, and to leverage this power to strengthen and defend not just our activities and our equipments, but also the international system. So on alliances, we can see the vast majority of the world coming together in support of Ukraine, but the same has been true here. The same has been true in the Indian Ocean for the past 20 years through the extraordinary combined maritime forces, which unites 34 nations from around the Euro-Atlantic, the Middle East, and the Indo-Pacific. This is why the British Armed Forces have been consciously developing a more persistent presence here over the past decade. Physically, our naval facilities in Bahrain and the Omani port of Duqm. It includes a joint squadron, Typhoon Squadron with Qatar, and the British Army's new hubs for a permanent presence in Oman and Kenya. We do recognize this region's position as a crossroads between East and West, as an artery of global trade and a springboard across to the Indian Ocean and the Pacific. So the modernization of UK defense at the strategic level is not a zero-sum game, because the alternative for us is that we become an introspective, cautious nation that looks the other way, and that is not the United Kingdom. The UK is an outward-facing nation and nuclear power, a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, and a trading nation with the world's fifth largest economy. Our interests and responsibilities are global, so are our ambitions, but most importantly, so are our responsibilities. So we have a depth and a breadth of expertise to offer our partners, not just through an extensive global diplomatic network, but through our world-class military education and thinking, and also through innovation and the breadth and depth of capability within our defense industrial base. There are some real tangible opportunities here, an example of which is the UK's sixth-generation fighter program. This is modern technology and innovation at the strategic level. It has enormous potential to bring like-minded partners like those in the room together, not just industrially and militarily, but from a societal perspective, in bringing a brighter future for our young people, and all in support of common interests. We're well down this path. Our most important land, sea, air equipment programs, as well as cyber programs, belong and always will belong to a global community of operators. This opens up even more avenues for closer cooperation. Perhaps more importantly, and talking a little bit more about modernization and innovation, we are drawing all of our strength on research and development with our partners to accelerate the pace of technological innovation. The Royal Navy's first uncrewed mine countermeasures systems arrive in Bahrain here next year, in place of our traditional vessels, to contribute to Task Force 59 and to ensure that we continue to play our part in keeping the region's vital waterways open. And then there are the emerging domains and next generation technologies, which I hope we will get to in questions. Cyber and space, hypersonics, quantum computing, directed energy, robotics, autonomous underwater capabilities. These all offer decisive advantage, but perhaps also we need green initiatives which will future-proof our strength. These are some of the areas that are driving the UK's defence modernisation at the strategic level, but it is underpinned by a conscious effort to inject innovation as well as technology into our defence and security architecture. The tenets of last year's integrated review, which were the acute threat posed by Russia, the importance of collective defence and nuclear deterrence, are broadly correct. But we have to learn the lessons, the contemporary lessons now from Ukraine. We have to become more lethal and more agile, more resilient in our supply chains and in our industrial base, and far more sophisticated in how we integrate land, sea, and air with cyber and space. And most importantly, how we share that experience and strengthen our connections with allies and partners. I look forward to hearing your thoughts in our discussion. Thank you.
Sami, thank you very much. Well, those were four excellent presentations. Before I turn to the floor and the list of a dozen or so people who've sought it, let me plant one issue here. The IISS has worked a lot in the last couple of years to try to develop a methodology for measuring cyber power. And we've worked with Paul Nakasone in the NSA and with Jeremy Fleming in GCHQ and colleagues in France and Australia and other places to try to get the best professional assessment for what it is required to move from a sort of tier 3 cyber capacity to a tier 2 cyber capacity. And since in this part of the world there are persistent cyber threats, especially coming often from the Islamic Republic of Iran, it might be interesting to hear eventually from our panelists what kind of sharing of breadth of experience, to use Sami's phrase, is possible working with your Gulf allies and partners and others in the Middle East to ensure there is sufficient cyber resilience to deal with this very unconventional and novel threat, where even countries such as the Islamic Republic of Iran, whose capacities might not be in their first tier, their impact might be quite high because they have minimal legal constraints in the application of their cyber capacities. So I will plant that, as it were, with all four of our speakers and turn to Paul Rimmer in the UK first.
Thank you, John, and thank you to the speakers. You set out between you quite a compelling vision of the military advantages of new technologies and the kind of techniques involved. At least one of those, artificial intelligence, has been described as a new technology for quite a few years now. So I wondered if you could say something more about the obstacles that are in the way of allowing you to realize there's some military advantages of the technologies you're discussing. Thank you.
Super. And from Austria and the IISS, Franz Stefan Gadi.
Thank you very much, John. This is a question for General Kurila. Thank you very much for your very interesting remarks. My question pertains to likely force structure changes and force posture changes, in particular in the region as a result of the use of uninhabited platforms, artificial intelligence, and so forth. Do you see any major changes in the next 10 years? Do you, for example, foresee a reduction in manpower? And what implications would that have for deterrence here in the region? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from Jordan, Ali Sharaf Nasser bin Nasser.
Yes, thank you, John, and thanks to all the speakers. I have a comment really just for the speakers. Each of you separately spoke about the growing lethality, complexity, and indiscriminate nature of these conventional systems, these disruptive conventional systems such as drones. I'd like to point out that these attributes, complexity, indiscrimination, and lethality, are also attributes of WMDs. And I wanted to see if the speakers would respond to this observation and comment on whether we need to be considering any international controls on the governance and proliferation of these systems, similar to those that exist for WMDs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the UK and also the IISS, Fenella McGurty, our defence economist.
Thank you, John, and thanks to the excellent panel. My question is primarily for Air Marshal Sampson. You mentioned that need for more lethal and agile supply chains and security in the industrial base. Can you talk to the concrete steps that the UK is taking to ensure this, and how it will continue to be possible in light of the more constrained budgetary environment facing the UK? And a similar question for General Cousin, who also mentioned budgetary sustainability and development. How might this create challenges for the level of collaboration between partners on these new technologies? Thank you.
And from Bahrain, Hadia Fatala.
Thank you, John. My question is mainly for General Kurilla, but perhaps Major General Mohammed can also weigh in. There have been renewed talks about, under the Biden administration, of a fully integrated regional air defense shield in the region, and now with the Abraham Accords bringing Israel into these talks. George W. Bush tried to do this 15 years ago. There were challenges around information sharing and technical differences. With Iran's advancing ballistic missile program, the need is more pressing today and the diplomatic will is still there. But how realistic and imminent is such an agreement, and what is it likely to look like in terms of timelines, logistics and tactics, bearing in mind the continued reservations around intelligence sharing, use of Russian and Chinese defense technologies in the region, recent diplomatic tensions between the US and Saudi, and perhaps challenges to the advancement of the Abraham Accords should there be a right-leaning new Israeli government?
Thank you very much. And from Saudi Arabia, Faisal Al-Fuzan.
Yeah, thanks, John. I would like to ask the panel that challenges are changed now based on the technology and cybersecurity, and all countries comes with a risk management plan to cope with incidents like cyber war and natural disaster and so on. My question is that how do you see that happening today, especially in the light of what's happened in Ukraine? And what are the impact on the Middle East regions? And do you think the impact on the national economy if we use the AI defense technologies?
Thank you very much. And from Morocco, Abdelpierre Al-Ouzadi.
Thank you, John. My question is to the panel. We understand that technology is central to today's geopolitical competition and to the future of all nations. Emerging technologies are, of course, poised to reorganize economies, transform militaries, and reshape the world. Please, what are the commitments of developed countries to help the other partners to onboard in these technologies? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very important question from the UK and also the IISS, Viraj Solanki.
Thank you, John. In terms of partnerships, a key partner for each of the countries represented here in the region is India. How are each of the countries represented engaging with India as it seeks to enhance its own defense industrial capabilities, and as it's called for the need for co-production and co-development of high-tech weapon systems with each of the countries represented? And what opportunities do you seek to further engage with India in the Western Indian Ocean region now that India is an associate partner of the combined maritime forces? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, some tactical warning to the panel. I'll take a couple more questions and then ask each of you to answer in reverse order of the way in which you originally spoke, and perhaps leaving time for one short round of questions after that. So from Bahrain again, Omar Al-Ubaidi.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. In the cyber era, so in the traditional warfare, it's relatively easy to have an objective understanding of who launched an attack. But in the cyber era, it's much harder to demonstrate objectively to the international community who launched a cyber attack. Is there some sort of system, international system, that could be established to make it more transparent who initiated a cyber attack, because this would be very important for having accountability in the military domain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Challenges of attribution are huge, but getting smaller nowadays. Simone Soare.
Thank you, John. Excuse me. My question goes to General Kurilla. And sir, thank you for highlighting just how 3 fundamental principles of U.S. defense policy, which is tech, interoperability, and partnerships, are coming together in your command to act essentially as power multipliers. But my question to you is, looking forward to your partnership in the region, do you foresee any challenges to innovation and experimentation from a scaling cooperation of regional countries with more difficult partners or countries such as China? Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So a couple minutes each. Sammy Sampson first.
Thank you. I think there is an interesting kind of theme here, which is focused around technology being things and the challenges of integrating things, sharing things, co-developing things. But innovation is a mindset, and the earlier we get together to share that type of mindset, I think many of these obstacles will go away, or certainly be reduced. Because the harsh reality is that many of the things that people have spoken about in terms of technologies exists in the commercial sector, in academic institutions, in those of our adversaries, our competitors, etc. And there are bright young things. AI, the obstacles around AI have been around for a long time. It's always 5 years away. Many things are 5 years away until the day that they appear. And that's not because the technology is around, it's because people are more innovative with their use of those technologies. So sharing our thinking, our doctrine, our future planning, I think is really important, not just at the military level, but all the way down through our industries, our academic institutions. And that's certainly an area the UK is really keen, particularly with this region, to develop, which is those academic linkages. Many, many, many bright people in this region who will have something to offer the many, many bright young people in other people's countries. On supply chain resilience, the one that was specifically asked against me, I think there are some concrete steps that we are taking. So commonality of production techniques, additive layer manufacturing, the ability to 4D print, consumables, the things that support you not just in tempo, not just in terms of scale, but also in terms of range. If you can 4D print some of your consumables for your equipment in a host country, then you don't need the extended supply chain. So the commonality of production processes is one area that we're very much looking at. But perhaps also the commonality of standards. The UK has military, net zero, and green initiatives. The technology and the equipments that we produce, especially those that are going to use transition away from fossil fuels, we need common standards of power cells. We need to work on developing the commonality of use of green hydrogen, of synthetic fuels, such that wherever you go, you can be resupplied in situ. A lot of that starts with the technology sharing, but a lot of it is about not forward basing, but it's about shared approaches, shared equipment, shared supply chains. And that's certainly one of the areas where we're trying to bring that to life in terms of concrete steps. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. General Cousin.
Well, first on resilience, with regard to the cyber domain, it's very important that we can share doctrine, we can share best practices to be better in this domain. With regard to attribution, in Europe, some forum already exists. Maybe that can be expanded. We can look at that. But attribution in terms of cyber for France, it's a very political move, and so we are doing it first maybe bilaterally, and then after we expand with other allies and partners. So this is the point on the cyber. With regard to AI, from a military standpoint, AI for us in France by law, we have to make sure that we have a political green light on the chain of command and control from end to another. So AI should not expel the man of the loop. So it's very important to us from a French perspective. From a civil perspective, AI, maybe we need in France to change our laws, which are not always adapted to what we have to do, to what we could do, and so we have this legal work to work on. With regard to quantum and the question of the funding, in quantum, if we want to work with our partners and allies, we have to set up standards. So it's a first work, I would say. And then nationally, we have to fund startups. So it's a very great effort in terms of funding, since we have lots of priorities in new technologies. All the speakers mentioned it. So we have to kind of structure the progress we want to make, and we have to look the way ahead. But funding will remain for a while a key issue. With regard to the drones, should we change the regulation? I think we already have the MTCR. So this regime works for some kind of drones. But when we are talking about the drones used in Ukraine, but it's not a new threat. We have seen that during the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. We've seen that in Libya for a while. So it's not new. So maybe in terms of export control, at the European level, we are taking care of that. So, but maybe we can expand this kind of regulations to be better, to try to master or to refrain this proliferation in this domain. With regard to cooperation generally, we France have limited resources, and so in terms of cyber, for instance, if we want to expand our collaborations, it's a good move to start by bilateral relationship, since we have limited resources, and if we want to match precisely exactly the requirements of our partners, so I think we have to move step by step. It could be. We think it's more efficient to start by bilateral relationships and then to put together what we have.
Thank you very much, Assistant Minister.
Thank you. First, I'll respond to say the comparison between the modern autonomous weapon systems and weapons of mass destruction. In fact, if we go back in history, before World War I and during World War I, the weapons of mass destruction was not prohibited. They were not banned at that time. But when humanity, got the scale and of their, harm, they got, to their senses and made that convention to ban the weapons of mass destruction, either at that time chemical or biological. And I think we have to see something new right now for something like this, because it is not only the use of autonomous systems, but to provide them to what's so-called non-state actors. If they are on theater, they are actors. If they are on the field carrying weapons, they are terrorists. They are not actors. In fact, we have seen, for example, in Egypt, terrorist groups were provided with manpads and anti-tank missiles. Right now, as we speak right now, militias in the West Libya, they have drones. And those people, using these things, we should have some sort of control before, I may say, getting the implications of such an act. And in fact, this is a good comparison between both of them. I think humanity should go to their senses and put some sort of restriction on the, I may say, proliferation of these systems to other actors. Again, in the regional, I may say, cooperation, if we just look at the range of any missile that can cross so many countries. So what I think that, I may say, I'll borrow the example of the Kuwaiti foreign minister this morning. He have said about a blaze in Kuwait and black snow on Himalaya. So again, if you are looking for air defense, you are not looking just for your country's air defense. You have to look about, I may say, the regional air defense. And this is what I might say about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Kurilla.
Okay, so I'll take the first two questions there and a couple of the others if we have time. One of the questions was on the difficulties and barriers of implementing the AI and the unmanned systems that we find. So really, I think it comes down to four things. You have to have an organizational culture that embraces data, that understands data and treats it as a strategic weapon. You got to have data literacy. At my age, you know, I have two daughters. They understand data very well. They grew up with an iPhone. What we find is there's an education process really for our mid-grade officers and above, whereas a lot of our younger generation, both our enlisted and officers, come in with a very high level of data literacy. So what is the education process to make them data literate? The other thing you got to have is the right policies and data governance and management. How do you manage your data within the organization? And the last one I would say is on the infrastructure. When I'm talking about data infrastructure is the ability to cloud store and cloud compute. That is what helps us. A lot of artificial intelligence is all about labeling. How do you label your data? How do you organize your data? How do you store your data to be able to run the algorithms against it? If I had $1 million, I would spend $990,000 of it on labeling and $10,000 of it on algorithms. You can develop the algorithms. The key is getting the labeling correct. Again, our younger generation understands this. One of the things that we do is to make sure that we test and we say, how is the AI helping us, the artificial intelligence helping us? So we'll do some baseline testing and we'll take a problem set, whether that's identification of something in satellite imagery. We'll take just humans alone and see how do they do, what was the accuracy, what was the time it took. We'll take artificial intelligence alone, and then we'll take what we find the most effective is humans enabled by artificial intelligence. The other thing we have to do is we do got to find those experts inside the organization, and there's not a challenge of having enough of them, it's identifying them. We just recently had an example from my last organization. We had an individual who joined to us. He came from Ghana. He was working on his PhD in computer science and programming, and he was a truck driver. And so we had to find that skill in him and pull it out and put him in the right job to be able to work on the problem sets we wanted him to do. So really it's a talent identification problem out there and then a talent management. A question on how artificial intelligence and unmanned is going to affect the region in terms of force posture. I don't foresee large changes in our force posture, but what it does allow us to do is more effectively use our manned platforms. So right now, one destroyer in the Red Sea, for those that understand California, that's one police car patrolling the sides of California. So if we can have unmanned systems that act as indications and warnings, and the vignette I use is a very realistic vignette to more effectively use that precious manned asset, that manned platform, whether it be a patrol craft, a helicopter, or a destroyer, to effectively place that in the right place to be able to make the right decisions and take action going forward. The question on India, India is not part of CENTCOM, but they're an incredibly important country for us. They actually are part of the Combined Maritime Force, and they join with that of the 34 countries that are part of that, which, as you know, is the largest maritime partnership in the world right now, with the 4 task forces doing incredible work each and every day for keeping the seas safe.
Thank you very much. Just a little geek comment. It's always fascinating for people to know that Chile is part of both CENTCOM and Indo-Pacific Command, and I think the Indians have noticed that and wonder whether they can be part of two commands also at the same time and ensure that there's proper transition between the oceans. We'll go back for about 3 or 4 questions and then give everybody 90 seconds or so to conclude. Before, I'll try to get as many as I can. Bastian Giegwick from Germany.
Thank you very much. I wondered whether we can put some of the themes of the panel into a slightly more specific context. You all spoke about technology, uncrewed systems, and so on. You spoke about partnerships, and you spoke about, at least some of you, about the importance of situational awareness and wider ISR tasks. If we put that in the context of the multifaceted challenges posed by Iran that have already been voiced here a couple of times, and if we think about assessing those challenges, defending against those challenges, and deterring those challenges, what gaps do you think still exist, specifically with reference to ISR, in the capability mix and also in terms of interoperability here in the region? Thank you.
From France, Erwan Ebrey.
Thanks, John. Good morning, everyone. Just a quick question to the speakers. We spoke about energy this morning, about the interwoven links between the different crises, the economies, and also the key challenge of keeping prosperity for the different countries and regions. I wanted to link that to the responsibility of the armed forces of the states as part of the defense modernization, and of course the link to the new technologies to move towards greener energies, to have less emissions. At the COP in Indonesia, this is something that was on the sides of the different exchanges. So far, military emissions are not all recorded and accounted for as part of the national emissions. Isn't it here an opportunity from the armed forces to truly modernize and also bring beyond peace and security another element for mankind and for our blue planet? Thanks.
Thank you very much. I might say that also the IISS, we're trying to develop programs on the greening of defense for all the reasons that you highlighted just now. Basima Halawi-Rowe.
Thank you, John. You talk about important subject, that is cyber resilience. And recently, Bahrain was the target of sophisticated cyber attack to disrupt its important democratic experience, the election. And this is not the first time it was targeted by Iran. So my question to the panelists, how can we build the cyber resilience of Gulf region despite all these challenges with restriction to sharing technology? Thank you.
Thank you. And from Jordan, Masa Kanan.
Thank you. So the US has recently released its national defense strategy. So my question is, in terms of the Middle East, as well as the Indo-Pacific and reports of recent events, how has the strategy changed compared to last year, and what are the gaps that could be difficult to tackle for now?
And
Thank you.
Sorry, and from Egypt, Karim El-Baz.
Well, thank you. My question actually is for General Kurela. Sir, my question is regarding the potential sale of F-15 to Egypt. In March 2022, we heard from General Frank McKenzie that he has some good news for Egypt, and they will be more than willing to sell Egypt's F-15s. However, the year 2022 is almost over, and we have not heard anything from Boeing or the states with regards to the sale. So can you please comment on that? Thank you.
And from the United Arab Emirates, Yahya Al-Murzuki.
Thank you very much, John. I just wanted to pose the questions. A lot of disruptive technology are coming from a small group or small SMEs who are working on their capstone project in universities. And the defense and security apparatus, they are very sophisticated, complicated, cumbersome, and sometimes they are intimidated to even participate in their RFP. Is that, I would like to ask all panelists, is there in your radar on how to capture this and give them an opportunity and not to lose an opportunity from these small SMEs? Thank you.
Thank you. And one more before I go back to the panel in the same reverse order as I used last time, and I apologize to the 18 others who I can't include. Kevin Thivon, France.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much. So in 2022, we have heard a lot of countries declaring they intend to increase their defense budget and efforts to rearm. Concerning the Middle East region, armies have been modernizing over the last years as well. So my question is very simple. How to keep modernizing and increasing deterrence capabilities while avoiding an arms race like the one we have known before 1914?
Super, thank you very much. So 2 minutes each. Comprehensive answers aren't needed, but precise ones, yes. Sami Sampson, start us off.
So on energy, I think the first, and green initiatives, I think the first thing that we need to do is understand exactly what contribution defence makes, and the UK is doing that. And it's pretty obvious that we will need to deploy or project power and sustain at range in a world that's diversified from hydrocarbons. So, that's something that is of interest to everybody, and green energies is definitely part of the landscape of future thinking. On cyber resilience and sharing, yes, there are an awful lot of tools and technologies, but I'm not convinced that we have all cracked the code on behaviors of people and education of people. Most of these vulnerabilities are as a result of not of the equipment and techniques, but of the people operating them. So there's certainly a lot more we can do to educate everybody in our organizations on cyber resilience. And perhaps finally, some of those SMEs and disruptive technologies, that's definitely an avenue that the UK is pursuing. We must not be seen as threatening to those people that have the best ideas. Big industry, big government, big militaries need to find a way to be much less intimidating, much more inclusive, and perhaps to play a role in experimentation for these SMEs in a much more fulsome way. We have many areas where we are deployed, many environments where we're deployed that can advance without disrupting the progress of some of these small elements.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Vincent Cousin.
First on the green energies and the change expected from the military to move to the renewable green energies. For France, steps have been taken for a couple of years already, and I think the first step, which is the easiest to implement, is to set up a green power supply for ground facilities. I think for aircraft, for instance, the civil sector will drive the military in this domain. With regard to the cyber resilience and the sharing, I fully agree with what has been just said, that education is the basis of the cyber resilience before any exchange, any sharing in terms of technical sharing. That's all I have.
General Mohammed.
Thank you. I'll respond to the question about interoperability. Of course, I have mentioned or tackled the cooperation, regional cooperation, and also no country alone can face all threats and challenges around them. So interoperability comes through many interactions all together, I may say, and most of them came from the exercises that are held, and we are maximizing the number of exercises. I think Jean Kurella can do more about this. Then my colleague here, Karim El-Baz, he said about General McKenzie promised to sell Egypt F-15s. In fact, Egypt have been a partner with the United States for about 4 decades right now, for building our arsenal and keeping our capabilities, to the best shape. So again, we are still negotiating with some other assets with the United States, but General Kurilla did not promise us anything yet. But I think very soon he will. Thank you.
Well, I'll pass the floor to General Kurilla in that case.
The question on Iran capability and the threat in the region, Iran obviously has a very, very sophisticated and lethal capability, particularly in terms of their theater ballistic missiles, their unmanned aerial systems, and their land attack cruise missiles. And we are seeing that play out both in the region, and we've seen that with the drones that they are currently providing to Russia for their war in Ukraine right now. So what that means is we have to focus on our air and missile defenses. We are doing that. We're bringing new technologies into the region. We are experimenting with new technologies, both in our own home countries and in the region, and how to implement them and integrate them with our partner nations going forward. That is one of the areas we're doing with our experimentation area going forward, and that also includes directed energy.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Well, again, two very easy things for all of you to do. The second is to proceed to lunch and have it fully digested by 3:10 so that you're here at 3:15. And the first is to thank our panelists for their brilliant presentations. Thank you.